Yeah, I get that. Oh, hey everyone. How's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a VEVE OMI stacker update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say, where's Dashi? Dashi is celebrating. Dashi is doing shots. Dashi is going out and having a grand old time. Um, Also protecting the house, as I will again when I get back there. I'm no longer in a secret, undisclosed location. I am currently back in Ohio for the next 12 and a half, 14 hours, whatever. And then I will be on a plane to San Diego, where we will all make merry together. We will all drink. We will all have the most fantastic time at San Diego Comic-Con with a ton to celebrate. Now, would it be easier for me if they had announced this in another week? Absolutely, it would. But everyone at Viva Deco is, you know what? Heck, Randy Chavez. Heck, his sleep schedule. Let's do it right now. It has been a long time coming. We have waited. We have prayed. We've dreamt about it. We have. Now, I'm not going to go into any X-rated stuff. Um, we've speculated, but here it is. So before we get into it, we'll wait for a couple people to get here. We'll go over and see how the Ecomi token is doing on this announcement. Looks like we're up about 5.5%. Over the last 24 hours, but a lot of which is just right there, right there. It seems to be a couple of pretty aggressive buys. Now, we had a really interesting time the last couple of days with Ecomi. We had 2 million in volume 2 days ago. We had like 7 million in volume yesterday. And today, like on the day of the announcement, it's back down to $250,000. That will obviously go up as the day goes on, as time goes on. People in Europe are still probably up. They're still probably, oh, hey, what is this? Hello, Europe. This is a good time. Maybe people in like the far, far east are sleeping with New Zealand, Australia, and all that, all the Kiwi people. So they'll wake up to some fantastic news. But let's see how that's comparing to the rest of the market today. The rest of the market wasn't looking so hot. Yeah, Bitcoin down 2.5%, Ethereum down 0.5%, BNB down 2%, Solana down almost 5%, Lido Stake down 0.5%, XRP down 4.5%, Dogecoin down 7%, Toncoin down 2%, and that's just in the top 10. I want to see how Flow is holding up. Flow is down 5%, not very good. But OMI, however, is the outlier here. It is up mucho. Well, it's up about 5.5% right now. And that, like I said, that will continue. The volume will get better over the course of the stream. We might have a couple of guests here in the next X amount of hours. We may or may not. But let's go over the actual tweet. Let's go over the actual stuff. As far as the tweet goes, you have Ecomi saying a new era of OMI utility is here, with a little red circle. Ecomi is proud to announce our collaboration with Stacker, an emerging blockchain and Web3 business. For the first time, VEVE users will be able to buy and sell VEVE digital collectibles using the OMI token. Full announcement and details obviously down below. We'll go over point by point. I'll break it all down. What is being said, what is not being said, and further. I'll try not to give away too much here. So the Medium article says Stacker Marketplace collaboration announced. VEVE users to buy and sell collectibles with the OMI token. We're excited to announce our collaboration with Stacker, an emerging. Oh yeah, I just went over that. For the first time, VEVE users will be able to buy and sell VEVE digital collectibles using the OMI token. Over the coming weeks, we will be launching a closed beta to gather feedback and ensure proper functionality of the marketplace. Something this size, you don't want to go and just launch all willy-nilly to everyone. You want to make sure, and be advised, some of the alpha has already been tried, and that's why this may or may not have been delayed by X amount of time, but I digress. In this scenario, there was already a couple bugs. They were already worked out. So this is how the beta is coming out. I'm not sure of the timelines. I'm not sure of who's going to be in. Well, it hasn't been announced yet of who's going to be in the beta first, but we'll keep you all posted. We intend to invite additional users in for beta testing on an ongoing basis and will provide updates accordingly. Expect that every month or so. Keep an eye out on socials for more details on the Stacker Marketplace and onboarding instructions. The team would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our passionate community for your continued patience over these past few years as this core pillar of OMI utility has been envisioned and developed. There is a ton to go over. And also, at the same time, there's a ton left to go over. There'll be continuous videos, there'll be continuous live streams over the next couple months explaining it. Randy, this is what we've been waiting for ever since 3 years ago. Agreed 100%. Ivor says, what a big day. Let's heckin' go. Bam Bam saying, let's go. I'll see a bunch of y'all at San Diego Comic-Con. If anybody wants to go to San Diego, they need a room for Wednesday night. They need a room for Saturday or Sunday night. Please let me know. Brian Machan says, true congrats to you and other mega holders of this coin, man. It's been a long 3+ years. It's finally here. Be advised, guys. Things will run when they run. It's not, this will be a nice little pump, and whatever happens in the short term afterwards is what's going to happen. These up 8% now. The sustained pump, the sustained mega bull rally, I don't know when that comes. This is obviously a giant step. And now that it's kind of out, we may or may not be able to go on a little bit more exchanges. I wouldn't expect that right away. I would expect that months from now, but you know, this is a big first step, and you need this layer of, oh God, messages are, I'm sorry, guys, I'm never going to get to any of these, especially with San Diego Comic-Con coming up. This is a big, big platform, and now that we finally have that utility, like this confirmed utility, I don't know if they're going to wait for just the beta to happen or if they're going to wait for it to roll out fully. But now there is no question of just like, well, is it utility? Yeah, you can kind of hold it on the app. Yeah, you get bronze tickets. Yeah, you get this. There is no question about utility now. Whether soft utility or not, this is here. But again, they might want to wait for that until we get on those exchanges. So I'll keep you all posted, but I don't think it'll really matter. I think people will today vote with their wallets and tell people, hey, this is a good idea. This is a good step. Anywho, going to the frequently asked questions, and there's a lot to go over. How do I use my OMI in the Stacker marketplace? We have an exchange. We have it on the VEVE app. We have stuff in cold storage. Is this another place we're going to have to use our OMI? This will be through non-custodial wallets on Base Layer 2 network. So remember the move to Base that we had a couple months ago, and everyone's like, oh yeah, this is cool. And most everyone just thought that, okay, it's great for the average Joe six-pack that doesn't have thousands to put in, but they want to put in, you know, $100 or so, and they don't want to get destroyed by gas fees. Yes, that was 100% fine. Being able to do that for people so that they can buy OMI easier and not get the stuff eaten by gas fees, that was one amazing perk. But the other perk, again, not everything is as it seems. There's usually more to what VEVE and Ecomi does than meets the eye. This is going on Base Layer 2 network. More information to follow up on how to set up and use a free self-custody wallet during Stacker onboarding, as well as how to deposit OMI into the wallet. I did see a video on this already. It is pretty easy. And once you do the step-by-step, follow on the video, it takes like 30 seconds. It's really, really quick. Be advised, if you have, I was helping some guy buy Definity yesterday, and that was like pulling teeth. Like he had a Coinbase wallet, but it was like, oh lordy, I don't know my password, and it's like, whoo lordy. So people that are insanely good and insanely tech centric, they're fine. People that are technologically inept, they'll still be technologically inept. It won't matter. This really affects a lot of the middle people. People are like, I kind of know what to do. Like I have a Coinbase wallet. I have a Coinbase, but I don't really mess with any of the other stuff. I don't really know how to bridge. The video that is going to come out will explain it exceedingly easily. All those people in that middle, probably going to be most of them, are going to be affected. They will know how to do it. And if they're confused, I'll make sure they know how to do it. So what happens to the VEVE digital collectibles being traded on Stacker? VEVE digital collectibles will remain held in the VEVE user wallets on Immutable X, and your VEVE account will be updated to reflect any collectibles you buy or sell on Stacker. So as soon as you buy some, like let's say my gold logo, for example. I want to sell that for $4,500, not my number 41. That's going to stay with me for a long time, unless someone makes an insane offer. But that one is going to be the other logo. If I want to sell it for 4,500 or whatever, in the background, it'll be that Stacker asks permission for VEVE to go and transfer it, and then VEVE accepts, and then they do it. But that's pretty much it. It's going to happen in the background. It'll just be like on the marketplace. You buy it for X amount of OMI. The seller receives X amount of OMI. You pay the fee. It's done. That's it. It's really simple. There should be no there should be no issues on that end as far as confusion, because it is going to be pretty much the same thing. And again, your VEVE account will be updated to reflect any collectibles. So if you ever go to the VEVE Comics website and you go and you say, I want to buy this new Gwen Stacy comic, I want to buy this new Spider-Boy comic, whatever it is, you go and you buy it, and literally as soon as you buy it, you see it in your vault. Like you see it on the, I'll show you the page, as long as, of course, there's an update. Of course, VEVE signed me out. But I'll show you, you guys know where it's on your profile, and you see the collectibles, you see the comics, you see the sets you have, you see the artworks if you have any. Mother flapper again. I don't know why VEVE consistently signs me out and I have to re-sign in, but you know what? It is something that we have to deal with for right now, and we'll probably deal with for the rest of our lives. All right, sign in, email, meow, put in the password. Although this is a necessary evil, because you don't want to go in and have a, all right, security code 8, meow, meow, meow. And then the other one is meow, meow, meow. Confirming. Okay, great. The alternative would be bad. Connor says, hello, Randy. Yo, Puddin' Cheeks, my man. Yo, what up, girl? I love and miss you so much. I know you're probably not going to be at San Diego, but I will think about you there as well. Connor, my man. McChenzy saying, F them butters. A link. Oh, okay. Will do. Oh, my man. My man is coming on. He's not my man. He's somebody else's man, but he's a cool man, and he will come on in X amount of time. As long as I can remember what his X account is. Okay, it is done. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh yeah, just so I show you, like, again, on the VEVE Comics website, you buy a comic and it immediately shows up right there. It'll be the same thing on Stacker. Now, which VEVE digital collectibles will be eligible for trading? Is it going to be all of them? Are they just going to beta test Disney? Are they going to beta test Decon? The availability of VEVE digital collectibles for Stacker is dependent on licensor and other requirements. Information will follow on the digital collectibles available for the initial phase. So as of right now, they have not released information. I don't know which ones it'll be. Your guess is as good as mine. I do not know. They could start with Decon stuff. They could start with Marvel stuff. If I had to guess, gun to my head, they would start with the small licensors, like the smaller artists. I'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever, whatever you need. The other licensors might need a little more time, just because usually that's what happens. There's red tape with that. But again, who knows? We're not sure yet. Does it change how VEVE store sales work? Sales drops by VEVE to users in the VEVE app. No, you can continue to purchase from the VEVE store as you currently do using gems on VEVE. Stacker Marketplace is from peer-to-peer, meaning user-to-user, trading of OMI for VEVE digital collectibles. So it's just not a handshake agreement. It's an agreement between a user-to-user saying you're selling your X collectible for Y amount of OMI. I'll pay that Y amount of OMI for X collectible, and that's it. Z says, give me all first appearance Spideys. Yeah, this is gonna be wild. I don't know what. It's a lot easier to spend gems than it is dollars. I don't know if it's going to be easier to spend OMI than it, and what I mean by that is, like, if you have cash, you don't want to use the cash, because then, ooh, the cash, you see yourself giving money. But when you pay with like a debit card or a credit card, it's like, meh, because you don't see the money coming out of your account. So I don't know if it'll be easier for people to spend gems or OMI, because for me, it's just like, ooh, OMI, I love it, I miss you. But I mean, now that this is happening, I can literally get anything on the app that I want in multiples, and it's not going to mean anything because I have so much OMI. Sorry, get. Are there fees associated with using the marketplace? I am glad you asked. Transactions on the marketplace include licensor and marketplace fees, which are payable by the seller. Now, obviously, that's normal news. That's stuff we've known forever. Now, along with a buyer's fee payable in OMI, which will be permanently removed from circulation. So you have the same fees as you did before. You have the marketplace licensor and marketplace fees payable by the seller. That's just the 2.5% that VEVE charges, and then the X amount of percent that the licensor charges. But there is a new fee, but it is from the buyer. I think why they had to make it from the buyer for two reasons. One, the seller already has a lot of freaking fees. And two, I've learned this in another company. If the seller is forced to burn X amount of fees for burning, then it could be classified as a security. However, if the buyer is the one that voluntarily goes and burns their OMI, because this is not something that, again, it's peer-to-peer, not something that VEVE really has a hand in. VEVE has really no say what people go in and sell their stuff for. At that point, then that's not a security, then they're all good. So the buyer's fee, whatever that is payable in OMI, and it will be permanently removed from circulation. So every single solitary secondary market that takes place on Stacker transaction, there will be OMI associated burns. Now, there are going to be much, much more details about said burns that is not alluded to here. But I myself am going to go and say that there is more to come. That is not the only burning mechanism we will get. I repeat, that is not the only burning mechanism we will get. Richard Samuel says, yo, Randy, let's go. Let's get this bread. I love this game. Can I still use my gems in the VEVE secondary market? Even though I kind of wish we wouldn't be able to, the VEVE secondary market will continue to operate as it does currently. I would prefer it if everyone is kind of forced to use OMI, but again, you don't want to force people to do that. If it's a good idea, which this is, people will come. Shout out to the 400 people that are here. I love you all. Can I use my OMI in my VEVE Immutable X wallet on the Stacker marketplace? You're like, well, Chavez, I already have OMI over there. It's layer 2. No, Stacker will facilitate automatic bridging of your Immutable X OMI to your personal wallet on the Base network. There will be more details to follow. Again, there will be some stuff that's really cool. Can't wait for it. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yo, Randy, interested. Rand, don't forget about the token burn mechanism. I have said some things about the token burn mechanism, which I probably should not have. They'll probably get me for that. But they will, yeah. To be continued. More details. All right. Will I keep my seasonal OMI reward balance if I move my OMI from Immutable X to Base network? And the answer is yes. The OMI rewards will account for OMI balance averages in your VEVE Immutable X wallet, as well as your Stacker connected self-custody user wallet on Base. Again, love it. Information for this channel is for educational purposes, blah, 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 blah. Ecomi is the issuer of the OMI token. It's intended for use in the VEVE digital collectible ecosystem. Now, could other people use it in that ecosystem, in different ecosystems? Absolutely. You have seen it elsewhere as well. So this is a pretty nice announcement. It's a brief overview, and it does confirm that we will get OMI burns for every single solitary transaction on this secondary market, in the Stacker market. That is really nice. And again, more stuff to come. Moving on here. Let's go to some of the questions before I get to the news. Watt Mama says, let's break and go. To BCN says, let's get that bread. Yeah, we're just happy to see the news. We're not too happy about OMI NFT being on Stacker. Would have happened on VEVE web app. For reasons I can't say, we're very happy that this is on Stacker. This is good. Richard Sam saying it's 3:13 here. Timmy always goes to the bathroom at 3:13. That is a fairly Odd Parents reference, which I hope we can get one day, but we shall see. We shall see. OMI burning. Yep. This collaboration, future. Sorry, I can't. Towards the marketplace. Yeah, there's going to be some other stuff. Yeah, it's going to be some good stuff. Sleepin says, "Hey Randy, yo, what up, Sleepin? Maybe Sleepin should get maybe Sleepin should come on the podcast at some point. Maybe he should come on and talk." And now back to the OMI news here. Truck and Hank, what's going on? So we're up about 16% on the day. Not bad. Not bad. We are at 0005856. That is a nice healthy bar right there. That is a big candle. Is it a god candle? No. But is it a nice candle? Yes, I will take that. Let's go over some of the news here. We've got, now, obviously outside of that, there's a bunch of stuff. When did I go live? Went live on Sunday, right? Okay. So after Sunday, yep, we went over the PSA stuff. We went over Um, oh, went over Joe Biden, dude. I was in DC. Oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. I was in I was somewhere recently, and I'm just gonna move on. Blackpink. So be advised, YG and Blackpink were gifted personalized VV gold and silver logo hats at a private ceremony. We cannot share pics, but they have lovely VV hats. And maybe because Blackpink has announced they are going to go back on tour. Um, yes, I will still be on. Because they are going to go back on tour, they are going to potentially, maybe, have something to do with Vivi. That is obviously unconfirmed. I'm just trying to, throw out scenarios out there of what could happen. But Blackpink having, again, David and everyone kind of knew that they were announcing this, but they didn't choose to announce it until after that. But that's fine. That's fine. We're gonna have a couple people coming on here, so stay for that. Moving on here, Definity stuff. I guess I'll go over Definity real quick. We had a couple nice. It seems between 2.9 cents and 6.5 cents. We have been in this little zone right there. And when we break out, it's going to be fantabulous. When is that going to happen? Nobody has any idea. He mentioned he would. Oh, nope. Oh yeah. So yeah, look at that. The VV Vibes X Blackpink, all of that stuff. This woman that you see there, like, who is that? Do I know that person? That person is known as Dancing in the Shed. Dancing in the Shed has 80,000 followers over on the Instagram, and Dancing in the Shed is the one in this video that VV Vibes and Blackpink had posted. Can't wait for their reunion tour. And I was like, Blackpink has a fifth member. Thought that was fun. Can't go over that. Oh, hey, this is what Foster Hilt meant the other day when he was talking about the fire rising. Exactly, truck and hat. Very then for the patience is the key to success. It is. It do be successful. Abe says, holy crap, it's here. And the markets are responding in a nice way, up 17% in literally in like the last like couple of minutes here, in the last like hour. I'm sorry, 18%. This is just going to keep going. So we'll see how it does. Can we double today? I don't know. Yeah, Dancing in the Shed posted the Blackpink stuff as well. So there's a lot cooking. Shout out to Todias. He's been on the podcast. He has reached level 100. He 100% deserves it. Now, can VV Web App direct link to this? No. No, we're happy it's on Stacker. It needed to happen. Speaking of OMI and other stuff that it has going on, we had the Avant-Garde Interactive saying new skill, ignite, as in igniting, as in fire, a conclusive fireball to knock out enemies away. The new skill is called Fireworks. This is in the video game. This is in the indie game that Ecomi is attached to, and it is from Game Maker. Game Maker has over 100,000 followers over on X, and it's I can't wait for this to come out. There will be some OMI burns related with this as well. Coinbase, here we go. One day. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One day. Vivi did a couple of giveaways, so shout out to Devo Venture and Manian Devil 88. They're the two random giveaway winners from the weekly recap video on the entries. That was great. And Vivi had gone on and posted saying congratulations to the random winner of the Vivi digital collectible for their entry on San Diego Comic-Con 2024 post. And that was Anon H for Life. Shout out to Anon H for Life for winning that one. Mr. MC1's hi, Randy, and all. Incredible day. There is a ton going on. I am never going to get back to any of these messages. Dr. Prophet going all like, given that OMI to NFT is here. It do be here though. We don't have an exact date yet. And be advised, guys, as exciting as this is not all the details. There is a lot more details to come. And this is obviously, God, I don't have a drink. I'm going to drink water because I drank a little bit this weekend, and I'm going to be drinking all of next weekend, all of this week. But yeah, this is going to be a nice. This is nice, but there's other nice announcements to come. Going over there as a consulate, reserve. There is talk about Bitcoin becoming a reserve currency in the U.S. President Donald J. Trump might go over that this week. There could be a lot of really big things happening for crypto. a lot of really big things happening. Croner giving us that, those up signals. Times the hi, Randy. As Mr. MC1, see you soon. There's rumors swirling that Elon Musk might attend the Bitcoin conference alongside Donald Trump next week, or this week. That is going to be at the Bitcoin conference. That is going to be, I think, in Nashville, and that's going to be wild. So this could be a really good week for crypto. Something that I noticed now, why beta might be a naughty word in VeVe is because, well, VeVeverse has been in beta for such a long time. Now, I'm going to go over this crazy conspiracy theory that I have that is probably a nothing burger. It's probably just me connecting dots that aren't there. But we got Thanos last year and a half ago, give or take. We got Thanos a while back, right? We got the philosopher one. We got the warrior Thanos. We did the burning of the gauntlet, and not the gauntlet, the Infinity Stones to get the gauntlet. That was around the same time that Fortnite got Thanos. There's been a lot of things that have been happening that when it happens on VeVe, it tends to happen on Fortnite. Now, don't get me wrong. When something is ready, like Disney, they have something to roll out, they're going to roll it out to everyone. They're going to roll it out to their Disney store. They're going to roll it out to Kids R Us, Toys R Us, like any of the, if there's children's stores nowadays, I don't know what malls are created of. But there's been a lot of speculation about a VeVe and some type of Elon Musk partnership, whether it be for SpaceX, whether it be for the Boring Company, whether it be for X itself, or maybe even Tesla. Well, Fortnite introduced the Cybertruck in a new crossover. Elon has demonstrated the Cybertruck's durability before, even under gunfire, fitting well with Fortnite's gameplay. And the Fortnite X Cybertruck has been announced. Could we have a Elon Musk and Cybertruck Fortnite, maybe not Fortnite, but any type of partnership? I don't know. I think we can, but obviously we can't have all the excitement in 1 week. We're going to have to save this. So I think we do, but that's just me. Yeah, the traveling this weekend was horrendous. Director, oh God, I can't. I'm getting too big on the conspiracy theories here. I'm not going to go over that. Not going to go over that. VeVe did a collectibles post. It is the start of San Diego Comic-Con 2024. And here's a quick recap saying they're giving away 2 random VeVe digital collectibles. I'm not sure if anyone has won that just yet. Near1 R says, "Oh, we have blasted through the 5s. We were at like 0004. What were we? Earlier today, we were at 000487. And I guess we had gone to 0006 at a point. We are right now we're only about 18% up on the day, only at 0059. So maybe there's some sell orders at the 6, maybe not. We shall see." Where was I? Super easy to use. Oh, Mr. MC1 has used it. He says it's super easy to use. I would believe him on that. Truck and Hanks is nice, right, ma'am? So digital asset investment products saw further buying with inflows of 1.35 billion last week, bringing the last 3-week run of inflows to 3.2 billion. Going that by the billions is very nice. Great to see OMI getting some utility. Yes, there is a ton of money going into crypto at the moment. And as such, oh, hey, look at that. We're up 19% now to 0006. We literally, within the course of an hour, went from the 0004s, blasted through the 0005s, and now we're in the 0006s. Only in America, only in OMI can something like that happen. Butter's kicking a lot of rocks today. Agreed, 100,000%. The SDCC did sign off on spot Ethereum ETFs for trading for today. Obviously, some people are selling that news, but that is slow but steady. I don't know if you guys know, but there's a wallet that buys 100 Bitcoin every day since the halving. I don't know who that is. It could be a state, it could be Elon Musk. We don't know. When there's an overabundance of crypto, like what happens if when someone wins the lotto? They go crazy. I'm buying this. I'm buying that. And this is why people end up broke. But what's going to happen with crypto as there's hundreds of billions of dollars that'll flow into this? What's going to happen to some of the alts? You're going to see, I think OMI should go to like 8 cents at the peak of this bull market. I don't think it should go to 30 cents. I think that is way too overvalued. I think that's wrong. But there's a possibility it does that because logic has no place in matters of the heart, and logic has no place in matters of crypto degens. It is what it is. VV Wheel says, let's go. Never had a doubt. Same here, fam. Same here. We also had somebody, oh my God, they bought a ultra rare number 41 Luke Skywalker. That is, name was Benutu Alexandru. Oh my God, I am so heckin' salty. I don't know how much that was. In my opinion, that's probably got to be worth thousands. Maybe that person bought it with 1,000, but that's amazing. Planet Vampire says OMI is going to show its O face soon. Oh, very nice, the O face. I'll have what she's having because we're up 20% on the day, which is very nice. You gotta love that. You gotta love it when you make a little bit of money every so often. I think that's pretty sweet. She's bittersweet. She knocks me off my feet. Okay, sorry. We have VV Meister. VV Meister going in and trying to put together some of the clues, saying updated tokenomics incoming. I like tracking the burns of the reserve wallet. Although completely useless, it did move the total supply of OMI 750 billion to a burn wallet. 21 days now, there's no more burns happening. Let's get ready for OMI to NFT plus circulating supply burns. Somehow VV Meister had figured it out. It was coming. Now, where was I? Website. Let's get back to some of these comments here because I'm not going to. Nice. Yep. I was getting a lot of rocks. Never had a doubt. Chillin' and vibing saying, when Randy coming on Chillin' and Vibing podcast. I am not going to lie. Send me a DM, and I will try to figure it out. Send me a DM, and I'll try to figure something out because life is crazy. Stan Bukasa saying, we still here. We out here. Oracle saying, what would motivate someone to sell on this platform compared to selling on VEVE? Well, there's a lot, but we can go over it. The main example, if I go in and sell something on VEVE, and let's say I want to cash out. Sure, the stacker and VEVE, they have the same exact fees for the seller. So as far as just selling your product, there's no real difference. But what about cashing out? Cashing out, VEVE still charges 10%. Little annoying, but that's because a lot of people buy their gems over on the phone application, not the web app. If they had just purchased their gems on the phone application, they wouldn't need that. But that is the way it is right now. So what happens when they go to pull it out? They obviously have to pay 10% if they're on VEVE. But what happens when you try to pull your OMI out of Stacker? You could just bridge it. You just put it into a trust wallet. You put it into a ledger. Put it wherever you want. So you save about 10%, which if you're looking at $500, okay, $50, whatever. But if you have several $1,000s, you're saving a lot of money. If you have 10,000, you're saving $1,000. If you have $10,000, you want to move out. So yeah, that's probably the main motivation. The other main motivation is if I wanted to sell something, like you can get gems, sure, and you could hold those gems, and maybe you want to hold those gems because you want to save them for a drop or a collectible. Sure, you could do that, but those gems are 1-to-1. Those gems aren't going to grow. 1,000 gems from now until this time next year are going to stay those 1,000 gems. Now, this is not financial advice, but $1,000 worth of OMI from now until next year is probably going to, like $1,000 worth of OMI from an hour ago to now has a $200 difference. So what's it going to be like when we go through that next year? And again, we are above 21% on the day to 00061. Now, obviously, do I expect to sell off at some point? Sure. But we are literally within an hour of this announcement. So if we did that in an hour, maybe when other people wake up, maybe when other people move some stuff, they go and buy. Because again, people don't like to buy when it's boring. People weren't buying at 00047, but they're sure as hell buying now at 00061. Logic, right? Logic has no place in the matters of the heart or crypto degens. Now, let's move on here. Oh yeah, OMI's up another 50% from 50% of 14 is 7. We're at 21%. So you know what I mean. You mean BlackRock's IBIT sees daily inflows of over $500 million hairs. That is a lot. Huddlethon says woohoo from Ireland. Woohoo! Huddlethon says OMI to $1 at some point in the future, maybe like 2029. Sure. We'd have to burn a lot, but sure. Airdive says, what was the website address for Stacker? Well, I have. I'll show you real quick. I'll show you what I have. It's just Stacker World. Yeah, Stacker World. Yeah, I'd say just Stacker World. Probably fine. Yep. So it is 20%. Garnet 21K says, let's go. Abe says we're rich. Well, yeah, we did some good stuff as OMI printing giant. You can't say that. So the fees, like our marketplace, will be paid in. No. The fees are like normal. Give me a sec here. Let me see if I can. Let me go to this Medium article to read exactly what it says. The change fees. Transactions on the marketplace include licensor marketplace fees payable by the seller. I don't think VEVE and the IP would like to be paid in OMI, so that's probably going to still be paid in gems. But the buyer fee, there's a new buyer fee, and that is going to go in, and that is going to burn OMI. So no, it's not like they're going to have to sell the OMI, clearing downward pressure on the token. That's not. They're not doing that. Wish Wes was here. Yeah, didn't Wes say we weren't going to get this shit till like 2025? Excuse my language. Just bought 3 million OMI. My man, you get that bread, Foge. You get that bread. Foge, you know what's going on. You know what's going down. And oh yeah, we hit a lot of good stuff today. And it looks like we're staying there for right now. That's what we've been at for the last. Well, it's been the last 10 minutes. So base OMI is so convenient, easy to swap and use. I don't have Wes's. I don't. Somebody might. Shout out to the 700 people that are here. Everyone smash that like. But actually, what I'm going to ask y'all to do, I'm going to trust y'all, and I am going. Okay, my my YouTube direct YouTube link is not working, but we are going to go. And like I said, there's still more news to come. There's still more people to come on. Wow, there's a lot of people here. Okay, if everyone can go and smash that like button. That is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, smash that super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Yes. Well, 10,000 OMI on base when tweet went out. Just sold for 1,800. Oh, okay, got it. Because you bought 10,000. Okay, gotcha. Profit predictable. Pump. Not sticking around for dump. Fair point. There may or may not be a dump. Howlathon says we need an easy transition off of the VEVE web wallet. There will be easy transitions. I promise you. We've all been waiting for this. It's true, Don Juan Solo. It has been quite a while, and we have. It's been good. OMI is soon. I'll have what she's having. Mr. MC1 says the wallet and Stacker with OMI, ETH, etc. is such a joy to see, and to buy VEVE collectibles with it is just incredible. Agreed, 100,000%. Now let's go over some of the rest of the news here. On your browser, I took a picture. I was helping a buddy of mine buy some Definity yesterday. Look at that hair. That's what my hair looks like when it's all emo. I'm not trying to be business Chavez. David Yu had posted today, please stay tuned for more announcements on San Diego Comic-Con. It's an important week. I wonder what's going on. There's a lot of stuff to go on. Ralph said, do you think VEVE will release a video teasing the Stacker website? They might. I think that Stacker, there will be videos that are going to come out. And the videos that are going to come out, most of them are going to be explanatory. They're just going to explain certain things like how to migrate, how to swap and all that. I would say give it some time, and there will be videos. I don't know if they'll release a video teasing the Stacker website, but there will be videos about Stacker and all that jazz. Much exciting news, stocks. Much exciting news. But yeah, David's saying there'll be more announcements for San Diego Comic-Con. wonder what that means. So on the Wolverine drop, David says, hopefully they'll have all the poses. Back squat, barbell front squat, 45 degrees single leg press, standing calf raise, and hanging leg raise. That's just David trolling. That's just David like kind of throwing people off the scent of OMI to NFT because they were figuring that out. He's like, oh, I'll put something really cryptic on. Obviously that meant nothing. Everyone's trying to figure out like, what does he mean? It was just meant to throw people off. That was it. So we have a couple of things to go over here. We have the top 500 VV hodlers, and we also have some of the top sellers. Now we have WC3NTE, 265 collectibles sold. It's a lot. Ferryman sold 514, also a lot. Michael Campa sold 656, also a lot. Like, well, Chavez, this is over 1,000 collectibles, 11, 12, 13. This is the 1,400 collectibles that have been sold. And you're right. But Dr. Fuse bought 519 by himself, and Bezojman bought 769 by himself. Everyone comment nice down below with the 69. That takes care of that. Well, what about the number one? Who is the number one person? It's Atomic Z06, which bought 1,109 collectibles this past week. Absolutely bananas. Now, what is the threshold to get into the top 500? You need to have 1,540 collectibles. Again, that's a lot. Me, I'm still in the top 500, but barely. I'm number 557. I have over 1,600 collectibles, but again, not a ton. Oh, hey, Dr. Profit, where you say, like, OMI token will get utility, change my mind. What were you teasing this morning? Wubba Wubba saying, what just happened? Haven't been keeping up lately. Well, Wubba Wubba, we have some good news. OMI to NFT was announced on that Stacker website. Good times. Good times. BeanTech, okay, that's straight fire. Straight fire. Mr. MC1 says, OMI to the heckin' moon. Again, we were up about 20%. Let's see where we are right now. About 21.5% to 000615. So I think this is, if you bought literally yesterday or even today at 00047 and you want to click flip, you can do that. That's fine. There might be some sell prep. There's probably going to be some sell prep, people that sell in the news. But there also might be, oh, hey, guess what? Look at what we did here. Probably some of that. Paul is, and this needs 5 more years, and we will be the next Amazon. Well, I would say that we could be, well, we're the VV of NFT. Like this is nobody else is close to second place. They're all fighting for second place, but it's not like they're right behind us. It's a distant second. I don't know who wins. Maybe Cryptoys, maybe Dapper Labs. But VV and OMI definitely number one. Paul Lizzie. Yeah. Bandoom says, so, do you think this will create more downward pressure on the collectibles? I don't know. Maybe. It might be like, okay, people like, okay, I'm not going to sell my stuff for gems, but I'm going to sell my stuff for OMI. Yeah, that's possible. However, if you go on and you have, on the opposite end of that, you have people that is like, hey, I have thousands of dollars worth of OMI. Now I can buy stuff with it. Because again, if you have something that's like, oh, this could be worth something one day because I could sell it for what people think it's worth, and you can't do anything else with it, then there's only one thing you can do with it. But now, suddenly, the thing that you have that you could maybe sold for another type of currency, now you don't have just one option. Now you have another option. I could, some people don't care about money. Some people just care about being happy. Some people don't even care about being happy. They just want the freaking dopamine hit. And they go and they say, well, I'm going to go in and I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this thing that I held for years. It's worth thousands of dollars. And they're going to go on and they're going to buy stuff. Like days like today, when OMI's up 20%. Let's say somebody has $10,000, right? And they have $10,000 worth of OMI, but suddenly it's worth $12,000. Well, they could go on, spend $2,000 and have not really lost anything because they only had $10,000. I know that's stupid, but that's the way people are going to think. They're like, dude, I just made $2,000. I could spend $1,000 of it and still be up 1,000. And that's what they're going to do. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just that's what people are going to do, and that'll probably pump collectibles at some point. But it'll, oh my god, it's going to just massive burn on OMI as this rolls out. So 33% on base. Oh damn, is it? Let's see what. Let's check on the definite. Let's check on the. Oh wow. Yeah, if you're going on base, is 00065 up 39%. My lordy. Oh my god, look at. Yeah, on base, it's big green candles up there. Now, obviously, you have up here. Let me. It was up to like 00067, and then you had some sell pressure up there, going down 00065. So yeah, it's up a lot on base. Doc saying holla holla, shout out to my bay and all the OMI homies in the chat. Doc, I sent you a message in the OMI is my homie channel. If you and somebody else want to come on later, you totally can. Oh shit. Now it's my time. I'll do what I want. I'm sorry. Gonna have to for explanations. Chago Solas, give me that money. Better have my money. Dude, Hulk Hogan with the Haktua girl. They're two American treasures. I am. So as a cocky gaijin saying, I'm gonna guess the third-party OMI exchange is Epico Marketplace. Because I'm a jealous. Is that a IR baboon reference and I'm Weasel? Anyway, Foster, putting out like a teaser video. Ecomi putting out a teaser video. Kraken has started distributing Mt. Gox tokens, so that's interesting. The big sphere in Las Vegas gave us a nice little Bitcoin thing. Thought that was fun. See what we got, been streaming for 15 minutes already. He's so fun. I love him. Rather, I think it'll be a release video. There'll be different videos coming out. I don't know what they'll feature. Well, I know what one of them will feature. One of them will feature the how to swap, how to migrate. I don't know if they'll have a teaser of the whole website though. Mr. Champ, what up? What up? Let's go. Shout out to my bay and the rest of May sorry, y'all keep dunking west. The announcement said the small beta group would be open soon. While the Weaver's timeline could still be West could still be right. Did I read it wrong? It's fair point. Jeremy House is a serious FOMO. I can't wait to see everything from San Diego Comic-Con, but I'll secretly be fuming. I feel you. Honestly, I was gonna have a big announcement myself today, but then this came out and I was like, you know what? This is yeah, this is it. Yeah, good times. There's an MC1, 700 people on the Reddit. There's 860 now. This is it's a lot, Mr. MC1. You purchased part of my channel at a good time. Big A says, pump on announcement. Still stand behind my target of 70% top pump for pullback. And it's possible. Could be right. It could be up 1 minute and go down the next. We don't know. Viva la Vive says, Randy, yo, what up? What up, Daniel? Truckin' Hank says, where the futter's at? I don't know. I know that we're up 22%, which is nice. So it was a pretty nice day. Olivia says, where's Paul Barron or Metamona at? They're not. I don't think I will say that they just don't follow VEVE or OMI. Their attention is elsewhere. Maybe every now and then people mention VEVE and OMI just for the clicks, but for the most part, yeah, most people don't. Mr. Rolex saying, "Let's go OMI to NFT." What up? Yeah. What up? OMI up over 20%. That is what is. That is what is happening. Dr. Prophet is the hero we all need. That is true. The messages are blowing up. I am never going to get back to these, unfortunately. Mo Collection says, yo, how's it going, fam? I hope you're doing well. OMI utility token with, what's the word? Utility. Well, I have a flight in about 14 hours that I have to get on. So I will not be doing 100 hours, at least not right now. If we ever get Pokemon, they announce that. I told you I'd do like a 24-hour stream. Maybe I could do something along those lines, because I mean, everybody knows and talks about OMI, but Pokemon, I don't think I could have 24-hour stream just by myself on Pokemon, but I don't think Crypto Rain would be very pumped to come talk on a Pokemon podcast. I don't think Dr. Stuff would be like, yeah, Pikachu, bro, all the way. I think everyone has their specialty, but everyone can talk about OMI. I think that for Pokemon, we might need to have the younger crowd in. I think we might need to have the nerds in, like myself. It says, bro, my Wattwire is looking to stack Affinity. What percentage of... Listen, there's a lot I can't say because I have my money and my fund. I have my portfolio, and then I have other portfolios that I control, and Definity and OMI are major parts of both. That's all I can say. Market of OMI this morning was 133 million. Now it's 166 million. Yeah. Now, obviously, this happens because it's not because $30 million went into OMI. There's literally been $500,000 that went into OMI, like $250,000 last hour. Well, how does that happen? It's just people stop selling. People don't want to sell at that price, and now look, and now we're up 26%. Happens. As it sounds like having OMI on base will also be accumulating points. So should I move my VV, OMI, and bridge it to base? OMI, keep it all in one spot. Wait for announcement. You can keep it both. You can keep it where it is. Definitely send it to base and send it to the Stacker wallet when you're looking to buy stuff with OMI. But for right now, you can keep it where it is. That's fine. Bill Gardner says, "What I miss? What I miss, girl?" Bill Gardner. Well, OMI to NFT announcement. We're up about 25% on the day, which is pretty nice. David or Stacker says the Stacker team is excited to partner with Ecomi and VEVE to bring you the awaited utility in what will be a new era for both Ecomi and VEVE. Can't heckin' wait. I was talking with a friend this morning, and what is the subject? Obviously, the subject is about OMI and stuff, and you have Mr. MC1. Where's my boy at? Where's he at? Mr. MC1 can literally be doing anything that he wants, and he has decided to be a big player. He could be a silent investor. All he needed to do is just like, okay, gonna buy some VEVE collectibles, gonna buy some OMI, and that's it. I'm just gonna wait for other people to do the work on my investment, and I'll cash out in X amount of years and make tens of millions of dollars. But he didn't. He decided to roll up his sleeves, and he decided to become a prominent member of the community, put on parties like nobody else does. He Thanos it, like, I'll do it myself. He became Mr. MC1. He is party planner. And he didn't have to do any of this. He did it one because it's fun. What was that? Okay, one, because it's fun, and two, because, well, yeah, you could be a silent investor. You could be someone that just goes and like, hey, I'll just throw a bunch of money in, I'll collect whatever. But there is something about VEVE, and really David and Dan. Shout out to the 900 people that are here. There's something about VEVE that's special. There's something about David and Dan that's special. And this is not just something, and again, if you want, I'm not going to knock you. If you want to just make some money, that's fine. But having a relationship with David and Dan is literally invaluable. To quantify that value is, I'm going to say, as close to impossible as you can get. And there's a quote from, what's the name of that show? Not Stacker, House of Cards, where Kevin Spacey is talking about the new president that was just elected. And he's like, oh, I saw who it was early and made myself important. After 20 years in Congress, you can smell which way the wind is blowing. Mr. MC1's been a VC. He's been an investor for decades. After having as much experience as he does, when you see an idea whose time has come, no army can stop it, and he can smell which way that wind is blowing. He can tell that this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar company. VEVE has the opportunity in the next decade or so, I would say 10 to 15 years, to become a trillion-dollar company. And I'm not like blowing smoke up anyone's ass. I'm not like, this has the potential to become a trillion-dollar company in the next 10 to 15 years. And I know that sounds ridiculous right now. If you were to say in 2015 that Tesla could become a trillion-dollar company in 10 years, most people would have laughed at you. And they did it in like 8 years. They did it like 7 years, however many years that was. They did it really quickly. VEVE and Tesla are not so different. They have their fanboys, they have the fudders, they have most of their product sells out, regulatory concerns that they have to navigate. But like Elon, David, and the connections that David has built, they have similar connections. They have similar, the network that David's built, that people in the background have built, stretch a long way. It is a small world, and you think they're not going to take advantage of that? You think we're not trying to already? So Bill Gardner, you missed a lot. There's a lot to go over here. Well, it says, hope it doesn't dump 20% back down. I mean, we know where this is going to go eventually, so I'd like to say that some people probably would hope it does, so that they could just buy a little more. What was I saying? Was hoping OMI to NFT would be done through the VEVE ad. No, that's fine. That's fine. Good thing you didn't make that bet. I know, right? Crypto down. Crypto is down a lot. OMI is absolutely crushing it today, up 23%. I was, hey Randy, this sounds like a great news. Can you explain Dr. Profit's involvement in this? How would he and or Stacker benefit from this exciting times? Well, for those of you that don't know, Dr. Profit is one of the largest OMI holders in the entire world. So him going on and making sure something is done right and efficient and just blowing everyone else out of the water, that's how he benefits. Yeah, I don't know how much this cost him. I don't know how much time. But again, Dr. Profit has billions, if not tens of billions of OMI. And again, it's no small thing. This has been a long time coming, and it's caused a lot of brain power. I imagine a lot of headaches. But this thing that he does here is going to pay an insane amount of dividends for OMI because he has so much. So yeah. Dr. Stop saying OMI is my homie. Agreed, 100,000%. That is what happens when OMI whales with billions of OMI go shopping on the Stacker site. Floors will get swept. Yeah, there's one person I know that has billions of OMI that has been waiting for this. They've been waiting years for this. They got their OMI years ago, and they're waiting, and it's gonna be fun. Give me one sec. Dude, why the? Sorry. Yeah. Moving on. John Carter saying, LMAO, yo, that's yo, Carter. Dude, I don't know who you are, but I freaking love you, man. I'm gonna take a picture of that. This is it. I'm gonna put this on my Snapchat. Be like, I love people. People are awesome. That is going on my Snapchat. Only amazing things go on my Snapchat, good sir. And that is going to go, I'm going to save that. I'm going to export that. That is going to go everywhere. I'm going to see where I can, the camera roll. No. Oh, yes. Now I'm going to export this. Export, send snap. I'm going to download it, and I'm going to post that everywhere. That is a lot of fun. Moving on, y'all. First off, OMI to NFT. Next, OMI to buy the planet. We'll be able to buy a lot of stuff. I could not hold my own in a Pokemon convo. I think with a little bit of light reading, you can do whatever you want, Doctor. You just got to get into it. I was you gotta. I mean, everyone will love it. I think everybody loves Pokemon, but they just don't know it yet. It's so freaking good. We're gonna have a couple guests here soon. Bill Gardner, give me those dabs. Jeremy House says, "Hey Randy, one's is live. I'm putting an Ice King up for you to buy for." I love Ice King. He's like one of my favorite characters that VeVe has. Represents a lot. Stephen Duarte says, "Hello, good sir." Why, hello, Stephen Duarte. How is it going? Now, San Diego Comic-Con, David said the promo code is hidden inside the physical blind box. Another Phygital brought to you by Tokidoki x VeVe. Now, I have all of the Tokidokis, so I'm going to unfortunately have to get some of these. I wonder how the Vault is doing. The Vault is not doing that bad here. Let's go to the Lucky Rosso Gold. I think it's like $649. It is. There's only 88 of these bad boys, and I want them all. I only have 2, but I want more. What's up, Stephen Duarte? How's it going, fam? Abe says, we need bumper to provide protection on OMI. So I've talked to them about this, and they said that bumped OMI will be a thing at some point. When, I don't know, but it is on their radar. This is why the real Randy Chavez is good to have for all of these exciting things, because I will dare to ask those questions to get us the utility that we deserve. Wubba Wubba says, still no news on VeVe's official party yet. Well, I'll tell you guys this. I don't know if this is true or not. Well, I don't know if this. VeVe is. Oh God, I don't know what I can say or what I can't. We're gonna all go to the Deadpool Wolverine movie on Thursday. We're gonna all have Mr. MC1's party on another day. I don't know if he's given out which day yet, so I will not say it. And the rest of the time, we're gonna have an awesome time. Theodore says, Fortnite got Tesla. Maybe VeVe will get it as well. I think so too. Bondum says, maybe VeVe will have the NFT version. Of course. I didn't mean in the VeVe verse. Although, maybe. Oh, I'm excited. Let's go, OMI fam. Let's get this. Mr. Enzo says, San Diego Comic-Con is going to be a fun time with all these announcements and more to come. Guys, I'm going to be a shell of myself. I have not had a lot of sleep this weekend. I'm not going to get it's going to be a lot. Anyway, that is David's talk about the Tokidoki stuff. So I'm gonna be drinking a lot of coffee. I'm gonna be drinking a lot of daddy sodas. Dr. Stuff says, I agree, Abe. Live eternal OMI flame. An eternal flame. Close your eyes. Give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel? Sorry. Dr. Prophet is a genius, and what he has done for all of us is incredible. Absolutely. I had to give a smile for my 1,000 people that are here. Planet Vampire says, I like how Fudders were using Dr. Prophet's Make OMI Great Again post. Say he turned bearish. They down bad now. Everyone's down bad. But they're crazy. Crazy. Have I told you lately? Woo. Wubba says there could be an arbitrage opportunity between VeVe and Stacker. I agree 100%. I'm so glad you brought that up. Why? Because if something is, let's say you don't have the gems. Let's say you don't have money. Let's say, you threw a lot of money into OMI and you don't have a ton of OMI, you don't have a ton of fiat left. Let's say you have $1,000 of fiat left and you have rent coming up, you have cell phone, car insurance, whatever, and you're like, hey, I got to save this. I can't put in the gems to buy this thing that I have, but you have a bunch of OMI. What do you do? And again, there'll likely be some arbitrage. Crazy Dan Fortuna, Ecomi homie is my Rottweiler. Eco, that's great. Eco, I got to meet Eco. Got to pet Eco. Also, thank you for being a member. Memberships down below, Patreon down below. I do have a Patreon member where if you want to go and have a private video chat with me each month, you can. It's an hour each month. I think it's like $250 down below. I might have a deal with it if you want to go in and pay with OMI. You could probably get it down. I don't know. I'm only going to keep that open for a couple of spots because I don't, if I have 10 people, okay, that's 10 hours a month. That's a lot. So I don't want to go crazy with it. So maybe I'll stop it at like 5 or 6. I don't know. Steve Eduardo says, can't wait to see what the first big OMI to NFT purchase will be. There'll be a ton of little stuff. Because again, little stuff, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, I'll complete a couple sets. I'll do whatever. I'll get a couple of little things that are gonna be like $5, $10. Like, I don't want to put in cash. It's like when you get a new job or you get a new office and there's a deli across the street and you start a tab with them. This way you don't have to always pay cash every time you go. Maybe I don't want to put in, $1,000 into something. Maybe I'll just OMI to NFT and I just toss a little OMI that way. I'm guessing one of the one-of-one artworks. Oh, that's possible as well. Those one-of-one artworks are heckin' beautiful. Those are amazing. Let's see what we have here. Doge General Army. I said it's time, not fully understanding the ramifications of what that everyone's like for, but they know. They know now. Yes, GIF. Okay, let's see what we got here. Next out of that. Orion Crypto Trader says, let's go. I heckin' love that dude. That dude is amazing. Boge saying, what would that Argent X StackerNet wallet be used with Stacker, or do you think my MetaMask wallet with my base only will be all I will need? I'm gonna wait for Stacker to answer that. I'm gonna wait for other people to answer that because there are other people that are coming on in the next couple minutes and in the next couple hours. You shall see all of them. How does Bumper protect OMI? Any quick? Yeah, so Bumper, what it does is, and it's not just OMI, it does it for right now, Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. Let's say Bitcoin was at what, like 68,000 the other day? And people say, okay, it's been a nice run up and I want to bump it. What does that mean? That means you swap out your normal Bitcoin for bumped Bitcoin, and that bumped Bitcoin stays exactly the way it is. And then you go and say, oh, hey, look at that. Bitcoin is now down to 65,000, but I still have my bumped Bitcoin that's worth 68,000. You sell the bumped Bitcoin at the original price, and then you go in and buy the normal Bitcoin if you would like. So it's going to be the same thing with OMI. Arcturus says, Will, aka Queen Vivi's husband, has a great Vivi versus Disney metaverse conspiracy. Yeah, I went to visit them a month or two ago, and we talked about all the things that potentially could happen. I wish I could get David alone for like a weekend and just pump him up full of liquor and be like, let's go, David, tell me all the secrets. Or at least give him all of my theories and see which one has legs and which one is just pure nonsense. Yeah, maybe this weekend, who knows. Oh, Planet Vampire, you love the Bengals. Same here, fam. Same here. We gotta love them. An Eternal Flame. That should be like OMI's theme song, like an eternal flame. Just because that's all we do. All we do is burn. Or maybe who's that one girl sings when the lights turning down? They don't know what they heard. As we gotta burn. I don't know that lady's name, but that is a great song. Memeverse announcements coming up? I don't think so. We haven't heard anything about that in a long time. At some point, they'll just pop up with a video. They'll pop up with an announcement. Until then, I think we should put that in the back of our minds. So we have OMI to NFT to focus on. Mr. Rolex says, this is very exciting news. I'm bullish. You see me. Hi, haters. Bye, haters. Peace, haters. The haters do be hating, though. That's what they do. When the lights turn down. So then OMI to NFT is here. I post on the VEVE page. Let's see what the comments are. Randy, you're a frequent poster, and I haven't logged in over a year. May I request a DM to call you? Best regards. There's an option for that on my YouTube. Oh God, I accidentally misspelled YouTube. On my YouTube. Okay. What's the difference between doing this on Immutable X like we've been for? Okay, I'm not going to do that. We're just doing it here. Is Dr. P coming on the? At some point he will, but for right now we're going to have my man Foster Big Daddy Hilts. How's it going, Bay?
What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man.
Look at you all decked out in white.
I'm actually, I tried to find the best clothes that I have on. I'm actually camping right now, so we're just we're making do. We're making do. But for something like this today, I had to make the time, hop on for a few minutes, see how you're feeling, see how the fam's feeling. It's a big day. It's a big day, and I'm excited. I know a lot of the community's excited too. So, yeah, how we feeling? How we feeling, guys? Yeah.
Well, we're up about
MSM
20%,
webcam.
so we're doing pretty good.
Awesome. I'm glad to see that the information's been received well. Obviously, I've been trying to keep up with posts on socials as much as I can. I'll be honest, the internet here is a little spacey. I might need to hook up Starlink or something there soon. But yeah, it seems like for the most part the information's been well received. And I mean, to be honest, this was. I mean, it's been a long time coming, right? I mean, you've been in the community for just as long as I've been, and this is something that I think many people have been asking for a really long time. So to finally be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together and be able to ship a feature like this that just has so many kind of foundational implications for the project as a whole, kind of moving forward, is really exciting. There's definitely it was a sleepless night last night. I knew this announcement was obviously coming out today, and yeah, it was itching to try and get to 3 o'clock. So yeah.
This was good. This was I had gone to the gym. I had done a lot of what I needed to do today. I was going to do laundry and pack, but I'm obviously when that came out, I was like, so I'll push that off to later tonight. I have not yet showered yet, so I'm a stanky boy.
Oh, that's all right. You know what? Like I said, I'm camping, so I'm slumming it. So I'm right there with you. You might hear the occasional bark in the background. My dogs are out here in the tent with me, just hanging out. We're enjoying the weather here, and yeah, just trying to get the fresh air, get in all the energy, and yeah. Sorry, I missed the first part of the stream. I know you've been live for just over an hour now, but do you have any questions? Do you have any thoughts? Like, how are you feeling as someone who talks about OMI multiple times a day on a daily basis? Or how are you feeling with this?
Yeah, that's most of what I do. There's one question that I wanted a little bit of clarity on, and it's in the FAQ. I just don't know if my interpreting skills are what they used to be. It says, are there fees associated with using the marketplace? Now, the good news is they say that there's going to be a buyer's fee in which OMI will be permanently removed from circulation, which is fantastic. But the transactions on the marketplace that include the licensor and marketplace fees, so the 2.5% of VEVE charges and then whatever else the other charges, they didn't specify how that would be paid. Now, they said it was going to be by the seller, but does the seller pay that in gems or does the seller pay that in OMI, and OMI is sold for the gems?
Yeah, so all of the fees that are taken off in the marketplace are OMI. It's a cryptocurrency only marketplace, so there are no gems associated at any point in the marketplace. So all the transactions, all the fees, everything that will take place in the marketplace, all the fees that are burned and deducted, everything like that, all of that takes place in OMI.
Okay, so the VEVE, as of right now, their official position is that they cannot do buybacks. I think
Correct.
they might be able to at some point, but that's a whole other conversation. So is this a way to saying like, well, we're not doing buybacks, but instead of taking our fee in fiat in gems, they're taking their fee in OMI. Does that OMI get sold or does that OMI stay on their balance sheet?
So the buyer's fee that's referenced in the article itself is a buyer initiated fee. So at no point does Ecomi or Stacker take possession of that OMI, and that OMI is essentially a fee that a user initiates for taking place in a transaction in the marketplace, and that OMI is then immediately removed from the circulating supply. So there's no need to do a buyback. There's no need to recuperate that OMI. It's just, you want to go in on the marketplace, you want to buy something from me for $100 worth of OMI, you will then pay a percentage of that in OMI, and that will immediately be removed via smart contract from the circulating supply. So that will happen for every transaction that takes place on the Stacker marketplace.
I love that. That's the legit burns from the circulating supply is something we've been waiting for a while. My question was the seller's fee. Is the seller's fee, is that paid in OMI, or is that paid in gems, or is that or is it not?
Yeah,
Is it
so
just
all of the fees on the marketplace are paid in OMI. So both the seller's fees and the buyer's fees are paid in OMI. And I kind of get to an extent where you're trying to get with the question. So obviously the concern is sell pressure on the token associated with fees that are being deducted. So obviously VEVE, who's the one that's taking the fees in the marketplace, has no real reason to sell down the OMI to recuperate anything because it's a secondary marketplace fee. That's just revenue that ends up on the marketplace. Sleeping, good to see you, brother. So there's no need to sell any of that down. Now, in regards to licensor fees, obviously there's a range of licensor fees from anywhere. Some are obviously have no licensor fee in the secondary market, and then others have anywhere from 2 to a maximum of 6%. So there are arrangements that are being made in order to address those fees that will be taken. We have the ability to use things like market makers and things like that to offset any kind of sell pressure that may be associated with those fees that would be incorporated for that. So not to say that it'll be completely non-existent, but when you look to weigh out kind of all the options that are available to us, having someone requiring gems or even a stable coin such as USDC to lock up just to initiate a listing becomes a huge barrier of entry for people, right? And that is something that we're looking to remove as much as possible. And I think that will become clear as more of the information with the marketplace comes out over the next couple of weeks.
okay?
But that's not something that we want to see our users having to come back, right? If you want to list a partner statue or a Miles Morales or something that's kind of along a higher price tag, right, for $5,000 plus, having to have 600 or 700 gems just kind of kicking around in order to just initiate that listing without even a guarantee of it selling and you being able to recoup any of that, it just becomes a barrier to entry, and then people just choose not to list it, or there's frustrations associated with it. They end up having to buy gems, or something just ends up becoming a liability on VEVE's balance book. So when you look to kind of incorporate all that and weigh out all the pros and cons, having a percentage of the fees being taken in OMI makes sense. And then, of course, that's also going to be offset by the buyer's fee, which is going to be burned from circulation. So, if you figure maybe a couple $1,000s a day in direct sell pressure from the fees, which once again, vast majority of
Is
which will be
nothing.
offset by market makers and other things that we'll be looking to employ as well.
Yeah.
But that versus the average person having to come up with gems or another method to even just list and want to participate in the marketplace just doesn't make sense for any level of adoption.
Yeah.
So by doing it this way, it ensures that every user, regardless of their financial status, so long as they have a collectible or are looking to purchase a collectible, can participate in only a few clicks.
Yeah, so that makes sense because a couple $1,000s is nothing. That sell pressure can literally be bought by one person, or that sell pressure could be bought by Ecomi themselves and be like, "Hey, we need to top up some OMI here." I'm just throwing that out there. Anyway, Sleep In, how you doing, fam? How's it going over there?
Good. You guys keep talking.
Oh,
This is good.
okay.
I just came on to say hi. Foster actually has the real deal. I'm just here to smile and say congratulations
Smile and
to
nod. Smile and nod, boys. Smile and nod. No, it's yeah, today is, and I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. Today is just a huge win for the whole community, right? I mean, I think that there's a lot of people that have been supporting us. There's also been a lot of people that have been sitting on the sidelines. There's a lot of people that have been kind of vocally opposed to some of the decisions and delays we've had throughout the time. And I think all of it, regardless of where you sit on the spectrum, is very fair given the circumstances. I mean, this has been a long time coming. So, by no means am I going to sit here and tell anyone that the job is done or hold this over anyone as something to be touted, because it did take forever for us to get here. But I think now that we're here, we have a lot of exciting things that we can then build off of for what this will mean for the community and for the token, which has played second fiddle for a long time to a lot of the other priorities that have existed. But I think now that we're going to be able to dedicate, an entire team and resources, and, shout out to the team at Stacker for the collaboration that, we're going to be sharing in with them. And they've put in a ton of work for a long time behind the scenes. I'm very proud that we've been able to kind of keep this under wraps for as long as we did, because this has not been something that materialized 2 weeks ago, right? Like, this has been something that, from when I started, was something that we were working on. So to finally see this kind of come together, and to be able to continue to build upon not just OMI to NFT, but other features that will be possible from us being on Base, which was the first move that we made, and now this collaboration with Stacker. And it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it, and I think you'll start to see announcements potentially start to come out a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more regularly now that we've kind of got over this major hurdle. And I know Stacker's been working on a lot of things to improve the user experience on their platform. And I think as people get invited to the beta testing and can start providing us with feedback, and as we're starting, to roll it out to more of the community, people will be able to provide us with that feedback and things that they're looking for to kind of make this experience as seamless and easy for them as possible. So I've obviously had the opportunity to kind of alpha test some of the features that we have coming, and I'm really looking forward to getting the feedback from the community and seeing how excited they're going to be for some of the things that will be coming.
Foster, did you already say if all the collectibles will be available or only some?
I was listening to the article. It referenced that
he's going in and out
much
there.
away. I think people will be pleasantly surprised with sorry, did I rug?
Yeah, you're kind of going in and out there.
Anytime you say something important, David Yu then calls up YouTube and says,
yeah, he's just pushing the button. Hold on, maybe if I
figure that out, I'll answer
maybe
this
if I
one.
drop my camera.
Ooh, yes, that does sound better, but my heart yearns for your face.
Okay, yeah, you just need too much internet to ask for the wilderness. So yeah, so I think people will be pleasantly surprised with the availability of licensors and IP for OMI to NFT. It's the first wave of beta. Not as many licensors will end up may be available at that exact time. Obviously, we want to make sure that features are working for certain some more ramifications for that. But yeah.
Sweet. So
I thought Foster wanted to turn the camera on because he was going to show us, how he's been working out and everything.
Yeah. This is going to be one of my first cons where I am not going to be able to embrace my sweet lover. I was trying to go and find a replacement word for that, but I couldn't. The thumping of my heart
Couldn't do
when
it.
thinking
I'm
about
still here, by the
Foster.
way. Sorry, my dogs are just barking in the background, so I'm just kind of going in and out of mute just while they're barking. But I am here.
That's fine. Sleepin', are you going to use any of your OMI for OMI to NFT, or are you more like, hey, I've been stacking a bunch of these collectibles, so now I can sell for some more OMI?
I mean, I'll try it out. I don't have as much OMI as you do. I mean, not even close, right? But
you have a lot of comics.
I do have a lot of comics. I mean, I have a bunch of OMI. I have a bunch of comics. I have a bunch of everything. I'm, as we all know, a true believer, for good or bad, right? But I think, just like you, I didn't get in this so then I can, get out once it goes up, 15%, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I want to see the mechanics of it, right? That's kind of fun. But, and I might sell a comic here or there, but really, I think we're here, what this represents and all the steps you know, even like, you know, the Blackpink, or, you know, we've been here to see a lot of the steps. You know, you were here to see the Marvel step. That's when I got involved, right? I didn't see that step. But it's just steps as the company goes forward. And as Foster said, we wish that it went faster, but you just want to see the progress. And really, you know, you look at something like today, which represents, you know, a lot of hard work from a lot of people. And I think, you know, we've learned, you know, from here or there, from the team and other people. Foster probably can't say anything about this, but he probably knows, is that there was probably a couple, you know, two or three steps forward and then 3 or 4 steps back.
Yeah.
Either because of technology, because of regulation, because of the crazy way that the world is right now. And that is why, as we know, when you are with these companies that are, you know, kind of on the bleeding edge, and it really is kind of the bleeding edge, this is what you get. You get a lot of stuff that sometimes work and sometimes doesn't. And you always hear that in a lot of YouTube videos, right? Which is like, oh, you know, don't be afraid to fail. And, you know, you hear all this, not, you know, stuff like that, which is true, like in your personal life or other things or business or whatever. But I mean, if you've been a long time OMI holder, like you, Randy, you've seen some failure here. You know what it's like. So
Quite a
it's
bit,
easy to
yes.
say, but now on a day like this where things are moving forward, obviously not the end game, as Foster said, it feels good.
Feels great. I'll ask Foster, I think the last public appearance you made, you were still, you still had two careers, 2 separate careers that you were working separately. Are you still burning the candle at both edges, or do you have just one job as of right now?
When you're a parent, Randy, you got about 50 jobs. That's the reality. But no, you know what I will say? I've had some great conversations recently with both Dan and David, and I am actively working to transition into kind of a more permanent role with Ecomi and with the structure that we have. I'm really positive about the direction that we're headed with a lot of this, and you know, starting to see the deliverables in the direction that we're headed, and so many other things that haven't even been announced and things that we're working towards. I think that the future looks very bright for Ecomi and for the OMI token when it comes to being able to deliver on a lot of the utilities that people have been asking for so long. And as a part of that is going to be, you know, making sure that I can dedicate as much time as possible to all these features and announcements that do come out, and being able to share all the information with the community, jumping on spaces, jumping on videos, and doing all of that. So, you know, actively working to make that transition and make that a reality. It's something that, you know, as I mentioned to you, Randy, even when I started kind of, you know, 7-8 months ago, was a position that I never saw myself taking on. But I think as it's kind of grown and materialized, I've you know, I couldn't picture myself doing anything else. And I wish my camera was not laggy enough right now that you guys could see my face and just the genuine excitement that I have for everything that we've done. And for me, this was a great day, and I'm obviously very excited, and I share in that with the community. But this has been something that, you know, I've known about for 6+ months, right? So for me, this is a step, but it's, you know, I'm focused on things that are 6 months from now that you know, no one even has the faintest idea are going to materialize. And so I try and rein myself in on days like today, and remember to live in the now and be excited for these things. But you know, seeing what I've seen, I would be foolish to not want to try and be a part of what's to come. So definitely making those moves, and the company and Dan and David as a whole have been very supportive of me and my growth, and making me feel supported and welcomed. And so I'm very much looking forward to taking on even more as we continue to grow throughout 2024 and beyond.
Speaking of growth, people are speculating that you haven't been around because you've been working out. Zeta wants you to take your top off and flex, because only to the moon. But your camera's iffy, so if you can't do that, we understand. But just so you know,
Well,
the requests are out.
think that that's going to go on the OMI fans, right? Like when we make a spinoff of the OF, and then if people want to burn a certain amount of OMI, we can make that happen. But for now, you know, you gotta sometimes, you know,
Give
like
us a
on the
price.
first date, you just gotta yeah, exactly. You know, I'm afraid to give you a price because you'll find a way to make it happen, and
I'll do it.
so you know, maybe a hot tub stream next event, and we'll make it happen there. So.
Nice. So Mr. Pag says, congrats to the community. Getting my 88 million OMI back soon per Bit4X. Bit4X has given us an update saying that they're going to be able to have people once they KYC in order to go on and get their stuff off. I'm not sure how much you can say, if you know anything, but how much of that was due to Ecomi's persistence in trying to say like, hey, do the right thing here to Bit4X?
Yeah, I mean, I won't say Ecomi as a whole, but I will say David Yu played an absolutely instrumental role, and more than the community will ever realize, and more than I'll probably ever get permission to talk about publicly. But it's you know, it's really incredible. I don't think people realize how much he genuinely cares about the community and what he would be willing to do um, in order to see the community succeed. And you know, it feels like a useless kind of placate to just be like just blurt something out, but so I won't. But what I will say is I was genuinely astounded when I heard how far he was willing to go to rectify the situation for the community. And I'm glad to hear that for his sake, it didn't come to that, because I don't think it would have been fair to him. But he was going to do something just absolutely crazy to help out everyone that was affected by that situation. That in a million years, I would have never expected anyone in their right mind to do. And so I'm glad to hear that Bit4X is going to be coming back up and is going to allow people to withdraw their tokens, which I think is fantastic. You know, a lot of people were hurt by that, and you know, whether it was, you know, a byproduct of, you know, Ecomi, or whether we held any responsibility, you know, I think at the end of the day, you never want to see something like this happen to a community, because it really can fracture the strongest of communities, and a lot of, you know, average people who are just, you know, looking to collect and be a part of the community were really affected by it. So you know, until it happens, I won't count my chickens until they hatch. You know, I'm hopeful that it will come to fruition. All signs are pointing to that it should come to fruition. So as it does, obviously we'll be putting out as much information as possible to make sure that the community is aware that that's available, as well as many guides and walkthroughs that I can put together to make sure people know how to go about that claim process. And very much recommend that people, you know, self custody that those tokens. And you know, I'm not sure if anyone picked up on it yet in the announcement article, because there was a lot of information in that article, but we actually referenced something related to do with self custody, so far as it comes to your OMI tokens when it comes to participating in this marketplace. So one of the really cool things about the Stacker marketplace is that it's going to be self custody wallets that users utilize when they're participating in the marketplace. So that was really important to us. Obviously, people having self custody of their tokens is very important, and people are actually going to see a really interesting transition take place over the next few months when it comes to the self custody of their tokens, and how people are going to earn rewards when it comes to MCP and all of that kind of stuff. More information to come on that. Obviously, you got to save some stuff, right? Can't blow your whole
Yeah.
trick on the first day. But yeah, a lot of really cool things are coming for how people are going to be rewarded and be able to participate in the ecosystem, and it will be a lot more simplistic than I think people are potentially worried about, with a lot of moving parts with, you know, VEVE and Ecomi and Stacker and Mutable and all these things. And I think people are a little maybe confused in some instances as to how it all kind of fits into the ecosystem. But people are going to realize that we've made it, you know, incredibly simple to participate and utilize the OMI token, you know, based on the intended utility it was supposed to have. So more information will be released on that over the next couple of weeks and months. But yeah, it's all coming together. which is awesome.
So Sleep, and this next one's for you. As somebody that has built companies before, been the head of companies and sold companies to the NASDAQ, with this type of development, what does that do for the value of VEVE and Ecomi?
Well, I don't know. I should be careful what I say here. Maybe I know too much. I don't know what the relationship between Stacker and VEVE and Ecomi is. So it wouldn't obviously assist in that manner. But what you want to see, and this is where you get these crazy multipliers, right? And what I mean by multipliers is, value of a company, is when you're dominating an ecosystem so much that there are third-party companies that actually build their entire company around your company. I mean, and so, there's many examples of that. Obviously there's people that all they do is sell apps in Apple's app store.
Yeah.
I guess now they probably do in the Android too, but originally, I mean, there's a lot, and there's still a lot of people that made a lot of money off of just Microsoft, a lot of money just off of Google, and so that's when, or Facebook, etc. And I think, so when you see, really the commitment of the Stacker team, that company or whatever it is, it's a commitment. Somebody coded something over there and put in some time, right? And obviously it's so integrated into what we perceive. It's only integrated into, the VEVE marketplace. But I bet you they, we're all not dumb. I bet you they probably have, visions of maybe integrating in the other marketplaces as well. We don't know what Stacker's game is, but yeah, no, it's super interesting. And really it allows us to kind of grab, a little, once again, it's for us, well, obviously not Foster and probably not you, Randy. I know you're kind of dialed in, but for us, like innocent bystanders like myself, we can just, see bits and pieces of evidence as it's dropped on the floor. And this is just another one of those things. And, not to speak ill, but obviously there's a lot of fudders and whatnot. And so it's okay to see, bits and pieces of evidence that are not good too. Right. So, whether it be missed deadlines or other things that we've talked about many times, those things can be scary. And if you're, analyzing the company, that could be scary too. But here you're looking at, someone who put in a bunch of money to create this marketplace. Now, of course, they want to make money. They've done the analysis, right? They're going to make money off of the OMI. They probably own a bunch of OMI. They're going to make money off the transactions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it should be a win-win for everybody.
Preach.
But in terms of straight value, I guess I could talk about that. It's so difficult to evaluate companies, especially tech companies. And really, well, obviously a company's only valued what someone will pay for it. So you always hear this, and you hear this about comics too. Oh, this comic is so undervalued. No, apparently it's not, because this is what people are willing to pay for it right now. But we would think that VEVE back in the, we know in the bull run, it was crushing it. They're selling out, 60,000 comics, this madness, right? So from a pure revenue perspective, that's one way to obviously look at a company. But, and I think you're good about explaining this too, Randy, is that another way is to understand the market share and understand their kind of, what's a good word for it, for lack of a better term, kind of their positioning in this market, in a marketplace. And so obviously VEVE is one of the most dominant, and you can, debate, all these things that we've heard about, oh, wow, it's not an NFT or about, whatever. Okay. But in the digital collectible space, VEVE is the, most dominant player that we've seen, and I don't, once again, unless you want to go lie to yourself, like certain people we know, influencers we know, that's just the way it is right now. And so, in a growing market that's just in its infancy, to be invested in a player, it's huge. I mean, I go back to this, and I think I've told this story before on your channel, although I haven't been on your channel for a while, Randy. But
been a while.
back when I had my first company, it was an internet company. You know, we made websites. People heard that story before. And this was back in like 95 or something like that. 1995. I don't even know if you were born yet, Randy.
I was.
but this guy knew, he was super rich, and he came to me. He's like, you know a lot about the internet. And really, I didn't, because I was just, you know, whatever. But I knew more than him, obviously. And he was like, give me the top 10 internet companies, because I'm going to throw 50K into each. And I'm sure some of them will go under, but, you know, a couple of them will go big. And so then I was like, okay. So, you know, I was like, I don't know, but, you know, we dug around, and the companies that we signed up for was like Yahoo, maybe it wasn't Yahoo. Microsoft was one, I remember. What was another one? They make all the routers. Cisco was another one. I can't remember. I think AOL was one. Anyways, some of them didn't, but in the short term, Amazon wasn't even around yet. Google didn't exist yet. You know, all these other ones, right? So, and so I think Yahoo was definitely one that we invested. But anyways, basically, I talked to him, you know, even after the internet bust, which happened in 1999. So in the mid, you know, like 2005 or something like that. And I said, how do we do? And he was like, madness. Like 8 of the 9 went crazy. And so really, when you look at this kind of blockchain / you know, whatever you want to call it, environment that we all are, you know, dipping our toe in. Some of us have dipped more than their toe in, like you, Randy. I think you might be, I don't know where you are. You might be underwater. I don't even know where you are, but I mean, trying to get a little bit of some of these dominant players in the marketplace while it's all in its infancy. Some of them are going to go big.
Huge.
And it's going to be, you know, I'll be talking to you, you'll be on the moon, and, you know, I'll be waiting for my teleportation device to get me up there or whatever.
Yeah, man. Well, we got to be together. Not in that way. Maybe. Anyway, Foster, there's been some speculation that this is a huge, amazing step. Obviously not the first, but definitely not the last. What are some of the next steps? How many more articles do you think we might get pertaining to this over the next couple of months?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pertaining to OMI to NFT specifically, I think Stacker is likely going to take the lion's share content when it comes to kind of the day-to-day operations. At the end of the day, it obviously is their marketplace. We will be sharing content and information from them, and I will obviously be making videos and other content about how the marketplace works and my experiences and things of that nature. And I'm sure a lot of the content creators in the community, you know, yourself and Sleepin included, will be checking it out just to experience it for yourselves, and you'll be able to give that feedback and pass it along to the community as well. So next article that you'll probably see about OMI to NFT itself will be the specifics of how the marketplace functions, you know, things about how to complete a transaction, how to list a transaction, how to cancel a transaction, how does the fee breakdown work, can you list multiple collectibles, can you do all the information and questions that people are going to be looking to answer or have answered, I should say. That will likely be in the next set of communications. Like I said, the vast majority of that will likely come from Stacker, because they'll be responsible for the day-to-day operations of their marketplace. So kind of on a high-level overview, we'll be communicating any you know, major features and things that they roll out as they come. One of the next ones that we'll likely be looking at is, as I indicated previously in the stream, there will be a self-custody component to operating on the Stacker marketplace for your OMI tokens. So people are going to want to know, how do I take my OMI off of VEVE, and what is the easiest way? What is the cheapest route? And there will be some information provided around that. What I will say is we have made it incredibly simple and cost efficient, to the tune of free, for people to be able to take their OMI off of IMX and get it into a self-custody wallet on Stacker. Stacker has done an incredible job about rolling out, you know, 6 months to a year's worth of features ahead of where we thought we'd be at this point. And I'm very much looking forward to kind of sharing with people how all of that will work. But that will likely be probably one of the next pieces that people hear about is how do they, you know, how do they self-custody their tokens, and then how are they going to earn rewards when it comes to MCP? How is that all going to be calculated? Are you going to expect to have your OMI on VEVE? Are you going to hold it in self custody and all of that? So yeah, that'll probably be the next kind of announcement or two, and then there might be some other things not directly related to OMI to NFT that come out as well. Accessibility and utility are obviously the two major priorities for for the project for this year outside of OMI to NFT, which we're now obviously shipping, which is really awesome to say out loud. So now that that'll be coming, that doesn't mean that we take our foot off the gas, and we'll continue to work on the accessibility and utility aspect. And as more is to be announced, we will definitely be sharing it with the community.
Sweet. Sleeping, you have any questions? I feel like I'm monopolizing the whole
No,
thing.
I just been reading some. This guy says, glad to see a Republican and a Democrat getting along. What I'll tell you something, and Randy knows this, but the reason why I can get along with Republicans, even though I generally speaking am a Democrat, is because my mom is a Democrat and my dad is a Republican. And I don't know how they stay married, by the way, but and so I kind of grew up in that environment of kind of trying to look at both sides of the debate at all times, and that's why I never get too crazy. Obviously I have my thoughts on it all, but I never get too crazy because that's kind of the environment that I grew up in, at least.
I feel like I'm more of an independent. So I'm trying to see where
I feel like you are too. I don't feel like you're very religious about it.
Yeah, no, I like certain things that I like make sense, certain things that I don't like, whatever. But to go over this breaking news, I don't know where it was announced yet, but the Ecomi Secret Rare logo holders are the first to get invited to participate in closed beta. When do we get our invitations, Foster?
I have absolutely no comment on this. To my knowledge, it's been released publicly to this regard, but it is certainly an interesting piece of speculation. And obviously, similarly to how VEVE looks to reward the gold and silver logo holders with IRL utility and events, we always look for ways to reward our Ecomi Secret Rare logo holders as well. They've obviously proven to be supporters of the project, either having bought their logos in the secondary market or having held 10 million OMI in the app for a minimum of 3 months, which obviously goes to show that you like the token and support the project. So I will not say that is necessarily confirmed at this juncture, but it is an interesting idea.
Okay, copy that. There is so I know, because you guys are so focused on so many different things, that the Ecomi Secure Wallet is like, you made X amount, you guys are not making more, but Stan Bukaz is asking, is that still a viable option for self-custody right now?
You can absolutely hold your OMI tokens in your Ecomi Secure Wallet. That
Cool.
is certainly an option. Eventually in the Stacker Marketplace, you will be able to use multiple self-custody wallets when it comes to transacting and interacting on the marketplace. I do know that the first iteration will be users with the Privy wallet, which is information that we'll be releasing further, but that's the wallet that's been integrated into the Stacker platform. But things like Coinbase Wallet, MetaMask, and things like that, your Ecomi Secure Wallet, your Ledger, and all those types of things, so long as they can hold base OMI on them, layer 2 token, you will absolutely be fine with that. And then obviously, when it comes to layer 2 OMI, I think one of the other things that I will mention is obviously people will be looking to have a really easy way to integrate and acquire the token and be able to use it on the marketplace, and that'll be some information that we'll be releasing throughout the beta and as the project goes live. I think we are, and I saw some people joke about it a little bit earlier up in the thing. I certainly don't anticipate this is going to be a VeVeverse style beta. I don't anticipate it taking a super long time. We've made a lot of progress. Well, I say we, but primarily the Stacker team has made a ton of progress. They have an entire dedicated team with developers and things that are working on the on the marketplace that they have developed, which, as Sleepin, so aptly put, was designed, specifically to accommodate VV collectibles. And so, to say that it will stay like that forever, I absolutely don't know. But certainly designed with the intention of providing that utility and accessibility for people who have the OMI token and are looking to collect on VVs. So, it'll be interesting to see how that kind of evolves, and as they work on new features and things that they'll be looking to ship for users. I think, at least one of the people that works for their company is obviously very interested in VV. So, very much in tune with the needs and wants of the community. And I think that that's a very unique perspective in business that I'm sure Sleeping can attest to, that you don't always get. I think a lot of times when companies are looking for, their bottom line, or looking to just create something that they can cash out on, and they don't have necessarily a vested passion or interest in a project, you may not get their best foot forward, because they're just looking at it as, what's my easy exit, and how do I do all of this? But when you have people that have been, passionate about the project and want to see it succeed for as long as they've been in it, then you know that they're building a product for longevity, and with the user in mind. So they've done a great job of making it very simplistic yet elegant, and very enjoyable for users to use. And I'm sure they'll only continue to improve the UI and UX over time. And I think that that'll be part of the feedback that we get, from the various beta groups that get invited in over time. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch that connect, and watch kind of the two ecosystems directly interact with each other, from the VV marketplace to the Stacker marketplace, and vice versa. And I think a lot of that will become more clear to people as they see the two interact. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
I think, I was, all right. Well, full disclosure, I knew about some of the stuff. I can't say why, but I knew about some of the stuff before it happened. But I was very surprised that I was under the impression, I thought this only the NFT thing would be built into the VV app. But but then once I learned that, I wasn't surprised, right? And obviously I don't know all the ins and outs of it all, but once again, this is the game of where you're right at the edge of what technology can do, which is where VV is at. So if that's uncomfortable for you, and when you're right at the edge of it all, you're constantly making compromises, because the things don't work, because they haven't been invented yet. And so, I mean, a perfect example of that would be, which people can't believe, but I'll say this, is that when I built my first websites, you couldn't create it so that when you moused over a button, it would change to a different color. Like, the tech was not there. And yet we wanted to build our websites with that. And so we had to, not too technical, but we had to basically build Java applets that would load onto the screen, because animated GIFs didn't even exist yet. And none of the JavaScript to support on mouse over any of those types of events were even coded into browsers yet. So it was clunky, but we got it to work, and it was pretty cool. But then, all that was wasted within 6 months, because then browsers were able to support different types of things, and onwards we go. But that's what I see here. I see VV attempting to try to do different things. And obviously Dan and David have incredible vision on this all, and they are stuck. They're trying to do things that are right at the limit of what is possible, based on tech, and based on, obviously, they're dealing with, hundreds of, I mean, I can say that I think they probably are in hundreds of countries, maybe not. They're definitely in more than 10 countries though. And like my company, we're in hundreds of countries, and it isn't fun. So dealing with them all. So yeah, it definitely is a challenge, and we're seeing that.
Absolutely. And I think you're really onto something there when you say that you're kind of on the edge of technology and what's available. And without getting too much into it, there's always reasons why decisions are made, and then reasons why you have to go back to the drawing board and change decisions, or amend, or come up with new decisions, or however you want to put it, right? So, in an ideal world where regulations are clear, where crypto has been widely accepted and adopted, where all countries that VEVE operates in operate the same kind of regulatory framework and compliance, and where all users are required to meet the same standards, and where, yada, yada, yada. I could go on forever, right? In that world, it's very simple. And I think that, I think sometimes when you are, reading the opinions of people on the internet, things tend to get boiled down to their most simplistic form, which in that scenario, they're 100% correct. But the problem being is that what is very often not the case is that there are 20 or 30 blockers or things that need to be considered that, the Twitter CEO has not thought about, where the actual CEO of the company had to think about, or their legal team had to think about, or the third-party company that they're working with had to consider, or weren't comfortable with, or whatever, where you end up making certain decisions. And so, we've seen it kind of iteratively over time since the project has come out, where you put your best foot forward and you announce an idea that you have, that in theory sounds fantastic, but then in practice or reality, for regulation or compliance or a host of other reasons, doesn't end up working. And then you've kind of put your foot in your mouth because you've committed to something or told people that you were going to attempt to do something in a certain way that you can no longer do. So I think when people see us not communicating features and announcements as much beforehand, and we're not teasing or hyping things, or, hey, why don't you have a roadmap? Why aren't you doing this? Well, we do have a roadmap, but it's just boiled down to its most simplistic form, which is not necessarily what everyone's looking for. And granted, I agree, it's not always what we're looking to provide. But when we tell you OMI to NFT is a priority, there's a reason that we're not telling you how OMI to NFT functions, or who it functions with, or who it's going to be available for, or what licensors are going to be involved, or whether burns are going to happen or not. Because all of those things could change in not only 6 months, but in 2 days, right? Like, these things shift so quick in this political landscape, especially when you cater to a base of US users that, the US really just, and we're making progress, but who have just for the longest time not provided that clarity when it comes to regulation. And then you have to operate on the side of caution. And, I'll get advice all the time from people, we'll just do it anyways. And, as much as I would, for my mental health and well-being, I would love to do it either way. That doesn't work when the regulation hammer comes down or the compliance hammer comes down and you end up falling on the wrong side of it. And, we've seen it time and time again with projects in the crypto space with, XRP and their, 2-year-long legal battle, with potentially being classified as security, and, library token, tweeting out nothing more than a rocket emoji, and, coming under the ire of the SEC. So, you just have to be very careful. And, I know that that's not always what people want to hear, but it is the reality. And it doesn't mean that we're working any less hard. If anything, in a lot of cases, it means that we're working even harder, because we have to be mindful of all the regulations and the compliance factors and all of the macroeconomic factors that need to be considered for all of our users from all the jurisdictions that they reside in. So, self-custody for OMI wasn't necessarily a priority forever, but now it is a priority because of the regulation and compliance that exists. So then that shifts everything that you're working to prioritize. The base OMI wasn't meant to come out as soon as it did, but it came out because the situation with BitForex happened. So then you have to reprioritize. Okay, well, now we can't focus on this because we're working on this. And it doesn't mean that things can't happen, concurrently. We do work on all these things, but then one thing happens which shifts how 4 other things have to happen in order to make it work. So, it's just very interesting. Every day I wake up and it's, you wonder, is this going to change? And is everything that we've worked towards going to have to pivot? So you have to do your best to think of every reality that exists and how you could accommodate and incorporate for every reality that exists. And then you do your best to keep your mouth shut and get it over the finish line before it shows up. And then you get a day like today. And so, it feels really good to be able to get it over that line today, but it doesn't mean that things won't change, right? And how things operate, but, needing the buyer's fee for how OMI is removed from the circulating supply is important for regulation and compliance. having third-party marketplaces that the OMI token's available on is important for regulation and compliance. And so a lot of the things that people will never see, more so because they just don't need to see it, because when you're a consumer and you're looking to utilize a utility token on a marketplace, like, you don't really need to concern yourself with everything else. But there are a ton of decisions and considerations that go into delivering on something like this. And rest assured, we have a teams, plural, of great people who are responsible for making sure that all of this kind of comes together in one cohesive way. And I think we've shown improved over the first half of 2024 that when we commit to a feature or say that something is a priority, that we actively work towards and do deliver on it. And I hope that gives the community comfort that when we say that we will continue to deliver on features throughout the rest of the year and beyond.
Preach. So there is, so we got a little bit of speculation that we're going to want to go over here. Today we had a, let me go over it here. Just got the notification that in the books for Ethereum ETFs, they did about $1 billion in total volume. When OMI ETFs?
I'm not touching that one. That's, I mean, it's an interesting thought for sure. But yeah, I mean, Ethereum has been around for a little while, and from my understanding, they got a couple people interested in that too. So hey, you know what? It'll be very interesting to see how the project grows. And I've always said when I joined the project, I wanted to join something that had longevity. I sleep very well at night, knowing that I'm going to wake up the next morning and know that the project will still be around and won't have just disappeared and have the founders run off and do whatever, right? So does that guarantee success? No, but it guarantees that we have a ton of great people who are passionate and who are putting their heart and soul into building a ton of great things for a community that's also equally as passionate.
Fantastic answer. There is so just so I know, and maybe this is speculation, maybe it's not, is there, I would imagine most, if not all, of these licensors would get on board eventually. Do you think there's one or two of these companies that are just like, nah, they're never going to come on? And you don't have to say which ones they are, you don't even have to say, but just when you have hundreds of licensors, most likely one or two of them will be anti-Web3.
Yeah, I mean anything is a possibility, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen historically that certain licensors who don't need to have a first mover advantage take the time to sorry.
He has gone.
Sorry, that's the camping, the dog bark thing that we were talking about. Yeah, so I mean, certain licensors that don't feel as though they need to make that first mover advantage, we'll see how everything plays out. At the end of the day, the marketplace is just meant to provide people with another option to pay and purchase, licensed digital assets from these different licensors. So I think we will get to that point where every licensor will feel comfortable with it. But I think part of that as well, circles down to the regulatory and compliance, stuff, right? Like if you're a licensor that's based out of the US and you're concerned about, securities and regulations and the lack of certainty when it comes to compliance for crypto assets in general. Like we're not just talking about OMI, we're talking about every asset. But now that we're starting to see the legitimacy in the space of assets like Ethereum with ETFs being approved, we've seen the Bitcoin ETF being approved as well. I've heard random rumors on the internet that Solana might get one as well. I think as we start to see more of that legitimacy from the US recognizing these assets and, them seeing that OMI operates as an asset that is regulatory compliant and that we've taken all the right steps, I see no reason why a licensor would be opposed to it. But at the end of the day, that's kind of more of a VEVE side of the house kind of thing. Obviously, our goal is to have, utility for the token in as many ways as possible. So if we can have OMI being used for all the collectibles, that would be an ideal world for sure.
This one's for sleeping. We had earlier this year a company called Omnibus, or at the Omnibus app over on X, say like, hey guys, now we are available on iPhone, and you can go and read certain comics. But when asked if they were NFTs, Omnibus was almost proud to say like, absolutely not. And then it was earlier this month, it was a couple weeks ago, where they announced that they were closing. You've had not only them shutting down, you've had physical comic book stores shutting down. There's a fraction of them left. Some are still standing because they pivoted. Some carry manga, some carry Funko Pops, some carry whatever. Am I being a little too forward-looking, and am I being a little too much of a moon boy when I say like every company will want to be on Web3 because clearly that's the only thing that's surviving in this new digital age? Or is that something like, hey, both can exist and NFTs aren't everything?
I mean, we know that's it's. I don't, once again, not to get political. I know that supposedly Democrats hate crypto or whatever, which they don't, I don't think. But if you have a company and you do not have some sort of plan for Web3, or you are a company that doesn't have some sort of plan for AI, and once again, it's difficult because, you might run a company that's, very manual in terms of, maybe you wash dishes or whatever. I get it. But I'm telling you, it's just like the internet. It's exactly like the internet where, back in the day, they would say, what's your company's plan for the internet? And you had to have something, you have to deal with it. And so the scenario that I've discussed on my channel, you've discussed on your channel, so I'll go through it quickly, is unfortunately people are not buying comics. They just aren't. And they had an injection for 10 years when the MCU was just going bonkers, right? And then they had another injection during COVID when we decided to give everybody free money. So, but that's all over. Maybe Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine will bring it back a little bit, but it is what it is, right? And so I still think these IPs are valuable. I still think that people are going to want to collect a bunch of stuff. And obviously it's going to go more digital. It just is. And so comics and comic stores are going to become more and more, they'll exist, I believe, but they're just they're boutique shops as it is. And it's just going to become more so that way. So I don't know. You're not going to be able to have 5 comic book stores in one city, for example. It already can't exist. Well, depending on the size of the city, right? So it's going to go digital. These companies are going to take their IP digital. And as we know, that's going to put you into the blockchain, which is going to make you have NFT token. We know what's going to happen. So everybody can fight it just like they did the internet, and just like they fought social media, and just like they fought, all the things they like to fight, because I guess they just don't like change. I don't know. But you just don't want to be they're going to be on the wrong side of it. I mean, it's so plain as day that I don't know. I mean, it's not a debate. It's like, they do it. When you're looking at a political perspective, they're doing it because they're trying to do some sort of thing to win this next election. It's like for the next, but if you took any of these people, which I think a lot of politicians are probably pretty smart. If you put any of them in a small room and hooked them up to a lie detector test on either side of the table and said, what do you think of Bitcoin? Unless they're a complete idiot, they're all going to be like, yeah, at some point in time, we're going to need to buy a bunch of Bitcoin. And I already own a bunch of Bitcoin.
Agreed.
Yeah, that was super well said. Sorry, guys, I have to bounce in a minute here. My wife just got back from taking my daughter swimming, and I have to get the food and stuff ready. But I just wanted to say I completely agree with that. I not to be kind of brutish, but you're either going to get on board or you get left behind, like sleeping inside. I mean, realistically, now you may see a level of adoption where you have, Phygital as an example, right? Like Phygital incorporates kind of Web 2, like physical stuff, and Web 3 stuff, right? Like that is kind of how you gain that level of adoption. But I think as the years go by and more regulations of legitimacy exist, and only real projects with real use cases actually get classified as NFTs, I think people will understand that the underlying technology of what an NFT isn't actually anything to be scared of. It actually gives you a lot of legitimacy as an owner of something. And you don't get that, if you own a skin on Fortnite or whatever the case might be, right?
What
I
I
think
say to people
you're gonna
now, and
start to
I've
see
changed my
that.
tune when they say NFT, I say your definition of NFT is two things. And correct me if I'm wrong. I say to people, and they say your definition of NFTs is a JPEG, and your definition of NFTs is a scam. And so, if that was my definition of NFTs, I would not want to be involved with that either. But let me explain to you what it really is, and then it's good, right? So yeah, I don't like scams. Yeah, I don't like JPEGs. Actually, JPEGs are fine, but you know what I'm saying.
Good call. Foster, thanks so much for being here. I love you. I'm going to sleep alone this San Diego Comic-Con. We will not share a bed, but maybe another time you can come on a hot tub stream, and then we can go from there. Okie dokie.
Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it. It was great to see you both, and shout out to both of you for being huge supporters and advocates for the community. Keep giving us the feedback and the energy. We greatly appreciate it, and I hope that you have an awesome time at SDCC, Randy. I will be hopping on streams and other people's stuff, doing some spaces and giving out information over the next couple of days. So I'm sure we will cross paths yet again. But to both of you, thank you once again, and to the community, thank you for all your support, guys. We made it, so thank you.
Can't wait to hug you, brother. Thank you. Love you. Well,
I realized something, Randy, that people always ask me because they're like, are there any comics left that VEVE could drop that people would be interested in that are kind of bigger grails?
Yeah.
And I just thought of it as I kept on moving my head in weird ways because my neck kind of hurts. That's why I've been moving my head in weird ways. But and one of them is this one right there. That is Clone Wars #1, first appearance of Ahsoka. Behind my head, right? I'll move my head there. See, it's right. It's next to Carnage.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see.
Oh, I'm really bad at this. Yeah, right here. So that's one that I think a lot of people will want that one.
Yeah.
There's a very rare variant cover that I think there's only 1,000 of that people will want.
Oh wow.
And what's really weird about that variant cover is it's a great cover. It's beautiful. And it was drawn by Dave Filoni, who is, the kind of main guy who's running, Star Wars. Anyways, okay. So that's one I think that we will get. And I'll be very interested. I think a lot of people are interested. A lot of people like Ahsoka. And then the other one, which I have here, which is more hidden, is above Venom. Oh God, I'm terrible at this. All right, it's right here. And that is special edition 15, first appearance of Shang-Chi.
I saw the Kung Fu in there. I was like, okay.
Yeah. So I think Masters of Kung Fu. So I think that one will get another spike because I think at San Diego Comic-Con they're going to announce Shang-Chi 2. I think the name of the movie is going to be Wreckage of Time, but I'm not sure. That's the rumor. And I think we will probably see Shang-Chi in the new Avenger movies as well. So I think that book will eventually get, and people will want that book as well. So those are two comics that I think are good ones. Oh, another ones, I just wrote these down because I was thinking of that, is one that we have on the app is Journey into Mystery Annual #1, which is the first appearance of Hercules. It's on the app. It sells. I mean, if you buy the common, I don't even know. It might be $4 or something like that, 4 gems or whatever.
Yeah.
The only reason why I say that is Hercules was shown in the end of the last Thor movie. And at San Diego Comic-Con, it is rumored that Thor 5 will be announced. And most likely Hercules is going to play a huge role.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to grab that one, maybe you would. And they're pretty cheap for, the commons. I generally buy the commons. And then another good one is Thor. If they have another Thor movie, is Journey into Mystery 83, which is the first appearance of Thor. I think the commons are 20 gems, so maybe you want to grab one of those. And then people always DM me, and everybody can always feel free to DM me on Twitter. And what are you buying right now? They always want to know. And the one that I have found that has been very interesting, and I've been buying for super cheap, like 2 or 3 gems, is Marvel Preview #4, which is the first appearance of Star-Lord, who we know is coming back. Star-Lord's a huge character, obviously, from Guardians of the Galaxy. Everybody loves Star-Lord. And that's a really weird one on VEVE because it's 10,000. Well, There was supposed to be 10,000 mints of it. They sold it for $10 and it did not sell out. And then they burned a ton of them that did not sell out. So there's only like 3,500 commons.
Oh,
which is more in line with like a 5,000 drop.
yeah.
So there's not that many commons of Marvel Preview. Wait, Marvel Premiere? Marvel Preview? I can't remember. The Star-Lord's first appearance. We have it on the app. I can look it up. I'll look it up. But yeah, you can look, anybody can look it up. Just use Google. There's a thing called Google. You should look it up. But anyways, that one is on the app. And I think it's like 2 gems or 5 gems or something like that. And I've been kind of accumulating them. Once they drop to like 2 gems, I'll buy one. And so I might have 10 of them or something like that. And yeah, there's only 3,500 of them. I'm talking about the commons. So that's an interesting one.
Sweet. So there is something I do want to ask you. I don't think we have it on the app, or maybe we do. One of the most iconic and I would say controversial comics, one of the runs is X-Men versus Avengers, where you've had a lot of people be really upset because the Avengers kind of get their asses handed to them. They're kind of really outclassed, and a lot of people thought that they wouldn't. And it kind of sucks seeing some of your favorite heroes be like, "Wow, you're getting crushed here." We don't have that on the app yet, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah,
Iconic. I think it's 11 issues. I can't remember. 12
Okay.
issues. I can't remember how many. Opening issue is they fled Wakanda. Namor fled, but we already saw that. That's why a lot of people thought that was the prelude to Avengers versus X-Men. That MCU. And now the big rumor is that that's what they're gonna, because Avengers 5 was supposed to be with Kang the Conqueror, but that actor obviously had some issues. So so now the rumor is they're gonna change Avengers 5 to Avengers versus X-Men, which I don't think they will. I think they're just gonna stick with it. But I do think we get Avengers versus X-Men at some point.
Yeah,
I think they need to flesh out the X-Men more, and then they'll do a big Avengers versus X-Men thing.
Yeah. They might do that after. Well, I don't know, after because they kind of, maybe it would be like, okay, the issues between Avengers and X-Men kind of bubble up to the surface, but they suppress them because there's a greater threat. And then after Secret Wars, then it all comes out, and that would make sense. But the Russo brothers going in for, oh my God.
I think it's a done deal now. They're signed up for the next 2 Avengers movies for sure, I think. And more, I think they're signed up for.
Yeah. So let them do whatever they want. They are.
Yeah, they have a pretty good track record, right? And I think, I mean, we don't know, right? But we need, the MCU's got to they've got to do something, right? Because they've really fallen. They've, not to get all crazy, but they've really fallen from where they used to be. I was gonna say Star Wars has also fallen, but I feel like Star Wars fell so long ago that it just is permanently fallen.
Yeah, I mean the issue with Star Wars, because I guess that started in like 2015. That was really controversial because I liked the first one. I liked The Force Awakens. It was fun. It was like old Star Wars again. You get Chewie in there. You get some of the old. You get some of the new, and people kind of like, oh, it's just like A New Hope all over again. Okay, fair point. But New Hope was a great freaking movie, and this was good. This was fun. And then I think where they kind of went wrong is all the previous Star Wars movies, they just had one director. They just had George Lucas. They just had one story, and that was it. This, they had go from one director to another director, then back to it, and it's just like, dude.
Well, and I did a video on it because I did some research, and I think people know too, is that so it was, they bought it from Lucas. Lucas had the, whatever they call the treatment for the scripts for 7, 8, and 9. It did not involve Luke, Leia, or Han Solo. It was their kids. So it was much in the future and whatever. They threw those out. They hired J.J. Abrams, and he wanted to have Luke, Han, and Leia. Who wouldn't, right? Mm-hmm. And he threw together scripts in whatever, 2, 3, 4, 5 months, something like that. And they filmed it, and it was meant to be kind of like a starting point, and you could just go for, you know, his concept was you could go anywhere from here. And then they hired the guy who did, you know, the Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And that was kind of, you know, we know what that is. That was kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then the last one they had scripts for, they threw that out. They bought J.J. Abrams back. He rewrote the script. They're literally rewriting the script like the day, like what's Daisy Ridley was saying, like she would get different lines like the day of this filming, and it was, and like they were like critical lines that changed who she even was, her background. And so that was a mess, right? You can't do movies when you're writing them. Well, I guess you can, like Iron Man supposedly was literally written like they were writing lines for Iron Man literally on the day of the movie. So I guess it can work out in some ways, but I've got to believe that certain situations it just doesn't work, right? You hear about Christopher Nolan, who like literally has designed every scene, every shot, every light, everything. You know, there's no director cuts of Nolan's movies because he films everything he wants and then he edits it and puts it in the movie. So I think that, you know, Filoni apparently has taken over now. Hopefully he's going to figure out kind of the next steps here. And, but you know, they've got all kinds of problems, and really the biggest problem is it doesn't feel like the scripts work. And I don't know, did you watch Acolyte at all or no?
I watched the first, so I understand that the finale or one of the final episodes is pretty good. The first 2 episodes and even half of the third, I was like, all right, it's keeping my attention. And then the third episode where they changed how special Anakin, I'm going to assume most people like myself, after that third episode, I just stopped watching because like they bastardized the entire Force and how you like, okay, Anakin's birth was the will of the Force, but now they're saying like, oh no, it could be the will of the Force, but we can do the same thing because we're witches and we have this technology, we have these ways about creating someone, and that's not supposed to happen. Now maybe I'm just being like an old head, maybe I'm being a boomer, maybe I'm being someone that's like it takes or maybe I'm right. I think Acolyte had the lowest Rotten Tomatoes score for a Star Wars thing, even the Christmas special at that time. I think it has gone up since then. So that's my thoughts on Acolyte. I kind of just burned that for no reason.
I mean, I try to like ignore all that, and I after the first 2 stopped watching as well. I actually watched it all though. And I actually, unlike a lot of people, I know the canon is important. We have to keep canon, you know, blah, 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 you know, whatever else. The whole damn thing breaks down, right? So I get that. You want to have consistency and whatever, but you also want to have room to like learn new things. That's like kind of the fun of it, right? Yeah. You know, you didn't know that there was an emperor that was commanding Darth Vader. Like you learned that in episode 2. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. Right? So I'm cool with that. The problem with the Acolyte is the plot and the writing is so terrible that if they did something fun and cool, you have such low credibility because the acting and the plots are so ridiculous that it hurts what you're attempting to maybe change some things, maybe do some interesting things with the Force or storytelling or whatever. And that's kind of like the problem. And I think that has been repeated again and again with Star Wars. I think if it was an unbelievable script and the acting worked, I think you could do some stuff that people might be a little bit nervous about and change our thoughts on different types of things. But the lightsaber fights were pretty awesome, but it's kind of like the computer, you know, the CGI of this movie was incredible, but the movie was terrible. Right? Yeah. The lightsaber fights were spectacular, but if we don't have some of these other pieces of the puzzle to pull it all together, like I always think of, like when they were writing it, like I'm going to say some spoilers, so sorry, But like the concept of the twins, there's these two twins in there, is cool because twins happen a lot for whatever reason. Seem to happen a lot in Star Wars, and they're significant, right? Obviously, Luke and Leia. You know what I mean? So, that's cool. Let's explore that again. That's unique. That's interesting. Let's you know what I mean? Obviously, there's the let's learn more about the Sith. You know, that's interesting. Let's, you know, so you can see they're writing the bullet points out. Let's build the script. But oh man, you know, and even other interesting things like the one Jedi, one of the Jedis you kind of learn made some poor decisions that kind of ends up with the way things are, and the concept that that Jedis are human, they make bad decisions, they try to do their best. Those are all great storylines, right? You should explore those. But oh man, there's just so many elements of it that kind of fell apart. So anyways, I'm sure they tried to pull it together, but and I do believe sometimes I think even the best script or other things, it doesn't work out. But why is it that there are certain both writers and directors that are able to, they don't do it every time, right? But they're able to pull it off more than not, and others they don't, and it doesn't feel like Star Wars has been able to do it.
It gets hard because I know when I was younger, because I was born in the 90s, when the prequels came out, the adults like kind of like, you know, I don't know. I was like, and I watched the old Star Wars movies, but I liked the newer ones better because they just were more fast paced. They had the better swordsman fights, and it was just, you know, and obviously Slave Leia is always a amazing thing to watch. But you know, Padme Amidala is really nice. You know, Natalie Portman's really good looking. But then I know young kids like they like Kylo Ren. He's got the cool laser sword, but have people kind of turned that around yet? Because for years they gave Hayden Christensen like a load of crap. Have they kind of turned that around yet for the newer?
I think they will. I think it's, you know, what's interesting is that, and you know, right out of the gate, I think we have so many expectations, and if it doesn't meet those expectations, we get annoyed or mad. And I'm talking more about the hardcore fans, right? And I'll add this just because you said it. So my youngest daughter is 10. She's going to be 10. She's basically 10. So we had her watch the Star Wars in order. So
which order?
Not, when they came out, order. So she watched 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, cool.
Which, you know, she was like, okay. And then we just watched episode 1, which is my least favorite of them all.
Yeah.
Other than the big fight with Darth Maul, right?
Yeah.
And we finished it, and she said, I like that one a lot better. And her favorite character. And I literally left the room.
No, don't say it.
Her favorite character by far was Jar Jar Binks.
Why do girls love him so much?
Very funny. I like his lines. You know, he's kind of a goofy guy, Dad. So it just shows me that, you know, when Lucas said, I'm making these movies for kids, you know, old guys that live in your basement, man, you got to take it easy. I guess maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it just is all beyond me. I'm too old.
I did like, there's one episode in, I think it's Clone Wars, where I think that's the basis of where we thought that he was a Sith Lord, because he goes and he has a rescue. He's not even a rescue mission. He's just escorting, I think, Padme. You know what I'm talking about. And he he rides this giant monster, and he goes and takes out all the. It's nuts. So they have fun with
Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was good. Good times. Anyway,
I actually got to run. Are you gonna be? I'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, perfect. Bye. Meow, 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 meow. Hi, everyone. It's been a little while, so we're gonna get to some of these comments. Hot Tub Stream, Sleeping Alpha, Conan, Common Meme Token pumping after announcement just now. Come on, speak on Bitcoin. Is she really? They're gonna boo her off stage. That is not gonna go well for her. Looks like you did, Echo. Everyone missed a ton. Shout out to the 1,700 people that are here. First appearance saying, one hope I have is for the buyer's OMI fee to be burned is more than the seller's OMI. So the seller's B, I don't know. Oh, okay. So the seller's fee is just going to be the normal fees of the marketplace. It's going to be 2.5% for VEVE and however much the licensor fee is. That's fine. The buyer's fee, I hope there's not 9% in buyer's fees. I mean, I kind of hope that there is because I want to see that burn. But then, that's a lot. I would say 2 to 5% is probably okay. That's probably fine. Anything more than 5%, it's like, it's just, it gets to be a lot. So I'll throw that out there. Omar is saying there is many posts that Kamala reached out to go speak at Bitcoin conference in Nashville and reach Mark Cuban about crypto. I'm sure she did reach out to him. I'm sure she wants. I mean, there's a lot of speculation, and I'll go over some of that now. One of which, so again, I won't say where I was. You can scroll the clock back 2 hours and find it. But I was in a certain location this past weekend, and I was certain. I was like, okay. The rumor mill started swirling around that President Joe Biden had passed away, and I was like, oh God, but like they're gonna ransack this city. Please don't announce it while I'm here. So I'm at the airport. I was like, okay, we're good now. We're at least at the airport. Nobody's gonna riot at an airport, I hope. And by the way, this weekend was not fun for traveling because of the whole Microsoft thing. But anyway, after going deep down that Biden rabbit hole, you saw that okay, obviously Kamala is going to be the Democratic nominee for 2024. She'll face off against Trump unless they try to kill him again. But then I was thinking, okay, well, they still have to get through 5 months left of Biden, and I don't think that's a good idea. So I think that now, in the next couple of weeks, because they started canceling a bunch of Biden stuff, I think in the next couple of weeks he'll start to go in and say, hey, I'm going to step down, give Kamala a chance at running the country for a bit before she has that experience. Anyway, moving on. Not watching Acolyte after they killed her. I'm just like, yeah, I feel you. That's my favorite too. Oh, Omar, that's your favorite too? Since our Jar Jar in my late teens, and I was like pulling teeth. Yeah. But again, if it's for kids, that's fine. Do what you got to do for the kids. We're supposed to have Dr. Prophet on. He may or may not come on. He might be a little bit busy. Said 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time would be okay for him, but I think that he is obviously busy doing other stuff on his end for the OMI 2 NFT. So let's go over a couple of other news bites here. Let's see how the OMI token's doing. OMI token was up like 20-something% before. Let's see what it is right now. I think it did go down a little bit. Yeah, it's only about 16% to 0005874. Obviously, you can't expect things to go up forever, but I'm okay with 16% on the day. That is very nice. We had a couple of questions here before. When Foster was on, I didn't really get to go over. Let's see what they were. Private. Buying Spider-Man Noir. I might get that. I have to freaking fill. So there's 1,700 people here. I have 2 extra rooms in the Airbnb that I have for Wednesday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. If y'all can come and stay there, that would be great and help me offset that cost. I did not mean to look at that text message. Unfortunately, I did. Let's do 100 per night for the Airbnb. Okay. But yeah, I'll keep you posted. If I can get most of the cost set off, then I'll buy it. Yo, Randy, when they finally convinced Disney to allow OMI to NFT, how much do you think I should list my Luke number 41 rare for? Again, there was somebody that paid I don't know, at least I'm going to say 1,000 to 1,000 minimum. Don't sell for less than 1,000. I would sell for minimum 1,000, but probably more. Now, granted, what I think they're going for like $30. So you're looking at about a 34x, which is a lot, but Luke number 41, rare. It's the only one that's animated. I would say at least 1,000, but again, probably do more. Sam Flight coming back Monday. Oh, hey, look at that. We got the doctor of stuff coming up in her. What up? How's it going, brother?
Man, well, not much. I just got done with some meetings and threw on my hat. I'm like, I am jumping on. I don't know how much longer your stream's going on, but I'm like, I gotta get up here, man. I freaking this is an epic day, and absolutely have to just be here to celebrate with you, man. This is so 100%. Awesome. So
I know. Awesome. Thank you. I can't wait to see you. You're coming in tomorrow, right?
Yeah, coming in tomorrow. Like, it's crazy how fast things are happening. Or how quickly the days have gone by. Man, I'm so excited. Like, my first Comic-Con ever, and it's San Diego Comic-Con. And I got a press pass with Crypto Rain, right? And I've just been bombarded with emails about all the different, projects and things. I was just like, oh my gosh, like this is wild, just like how much is going on. So, which, I mean, look, let's be honest. So a lot of my time is just going to be at the VEVE booth and at Tokidoki, and Addiction. Like, I mean, just following a lot of the collaborations that VEVE has going on there. So I'd love Bill to come on, man.
Dude, I can't wait to see you. I can't wait to give you a big freaking hug. Oh, it's been a while.
It has been a while. Yeah. Too long.
Yes, several months. Well, we'll never make that. We'll have to see each other every couple of months to fulfill our desire to spend time with each other.
Our burning desire.
I was thank God Foster's camera was off before. I was definitely making him blush. Like, Foster, I'm gonna have to sleep alone this weekend because you're not there with me. But yeah, I get in at I think 10 in the morning. The flight's at 6 a.m. Yeah, the flight's at 6 a.m. for me. So the flight's in about 12 hours. What time does your flight get in?
No, I'm driving, man. I'm going to be, because I talked to Crypto Rain and Crypto Cosmo. So we went in together and got an Airbnb. And so we're just going to drive down and chat and hang out. So I think that we're going to be leaving at 6:30 a.m. And it's 11-hour, 12-hour drive as we're picking. I mean, I'm meeting up with Rain, and then we're meeting up with Crypto Cosmo. So anyways, I think sometime around 7 p.m. probably is when we'll get there tomorrow.
Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, copy that. Depending on what's going on, we may be a little tipsy by that point. We
maybe a little tipsy, but yeah, it's guaranteed you're gonna be a little tipsy.
All right, so this is not my fault. Every it's Bam Bam that gives me all of she's the instigator. I don't know where she is, but there was something that happened from last year San Diego Comic-Con that I'm gonna show you here in T-. She legit texted me this because I was doing something at another event, and she was like, "Come drink me, Randy." For those that are just listening, there's a picture of a drink there with the text saying, "Come drink me, Randy." That wasn't a pass she was making, but yeah, she's an instigator. Of course, I say yes, though. Of course, I any excuse to do it.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I guess you're relieved that you don't have to make a video at the end of August. That this is not going to roll out before that.
Yeah, right. So for people who don't know, right, as I've been on around the Ecomi Base, or OMI is my homie, or even doing one of my own just individual live streams. One of the things that I said, because there's a lot of people who are like, it's not coming. I think Wes did a post and he's 50% of the VEVE fam don't believe that OMI the NFT is coming until 2025, which I kind of jokingly was like, well, I mean, hey man, that's great. That's super low expectations. So if it comes anytime before 2025, they've got to be happy. But I'm just ultimately, I would have felt like it would have been a massive disappointment and a pretty big concern if OMI was really the focus for 2024 and 8 months in, they didn't have OMI the NFT. And so I said, I promised my followers and subscribers that I would make a video talking about that. Right. And and say, what's going on and asking questions. But I just felt like the likelihood of that happening was so small. But it was still a percentage chance. So really excited that I don't have to do that video, and just really excited for everyone else, right? This is something that was promised. And what I'm loving seeing, Randy, is that slowly, much slower than we would have liked, but over time, a lot of those promises that were made very early on are coming to pass, right? And what we'll start to see is there'll be a lot less FUD. I mean, there will always be FUD, but I think that one of the things that the FUDers have always been able to do is point to these early promises. What is up, Bill? So good to see you, man. Is this I think this might be our second live stream, or is this our first live stream together?
I think second. I forget.
Yeah, I think it's second, but it's been a while. So super good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, so kind of what I was saying, though, is like just the fulfillment of some of these promises over time. And I do think that we'll get some sort of form of interoperability. And that will kind of be the last thing, really, that people will be able to, the FUDers will be able to point to. But the other thing that I've noticed is everything, like there's certain talking points that these FUDers will use. But then once that's fulfilled, it just dies. Like I remember so much of the FUD of like, we're never going to get cash out. Oh, cash out isn't happening. We'll never get it. They've just taken this money. They've lied to you and da-da-da. And now we don't hear anything about cash out anymore. And then new people coming in, if someone is always like, oh yeah, well, they lied about cash out or it took a long time. They're like, what are you talking about? I got here and cash out's been here the whole time. And I think that would be the same thing with OMI to NFT, right? 6 months from now, OMI to NFT will just be like, it's almost as if it's always here. And most people that are coming in, they'll just be able to use it. And so I love that. Like, congrats to the team. I think this is a massive, massive moment for them and for the fan. So love it.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's a good thing that Wes didn't take Randy's bet the other day.
I've been trying to bet him too, man. Multiple times. I was like, want to bet something? You want to bet something? Yeah. You never take it. So, he likes to see how long it takes to play out too.
Yeah.
And I love Wes, by the way. So
yeah.
Bill, why aren't you going to San Diego?
I'm on my way to Puerto Rico on Friday.
Sounds like excuses.
Yeah, so I'm going to be I thought about it. I'm going to be coming back Monday. So it's going to be kind of a weird week, but I don't know. I might still hit you up. We'll see.
You can hit Wednesday.
I didn't buy any tickets or anything, so
you don't need to. Like I think I'm going to the con maybe one day. It's about the after parties. It's about embracing each other in the nude. You can stay with us on Wednesday and Thursday.
You see in the nude? Yeah. There will be no nude doctor. I'm just gonna right there. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I have a couple big projects too that I'm on where they have actual clocks counting down. I have a deadline of September 1st, so we'll see what happens. I'm not sure yet.
Let me know. I need more people to stay with me. We will have a grand old time. Speaking of which, so Doc, you're going to the con like probably every day?
Yeah, like the plan is every day. So I'm going to be covering and apparently there's not good Wi-Fi there is what I'm hearing, which really
the Wi-Fi is non-existent.
Oh, man, like I was planning on doing a lot of live streaming. And so what I think I might have to do is maybe like go experience some things, do some recordings or something, do like a live stream, like go walk out of the building and kind of do like a recap on some stuff that I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I'd love to get some interviews with some of the VEVE team, if possible. And I know that it's good if it's recorded because then you can edit stuff out if need be. But I kind of like the live, I love that element to it. So, but yeah, I'm going to be covering and not just VEVE. Most of it, I think I'm just excited to see the VEVE fan and the team, and so I'll be hanging out at that booth. But I do want to go see what Todd McFarlane's doing. I do want to see what Candy Digital is doing. I haven't heard if Cryptoys is going to be there. I haven't seen anything.
They'll be at D23. I don't know if they'll be. Yeah,
I'm not going there. So yeah, but anyways, and then I'm going to wander around, and if I see anything that I like, I'm going to be talking about that too. And just I try to get into that Deadpool Wolverine celebration of life that VEVE Magic was able to get into. I'm super jealous. of that.
Yeah. What did that fill up?
So we got an email. Apparently, I don't know if it was like a lottery or but they were like, hey, do you want to with the press? They're like, do you want
that's awesome
to be in that? And I said, yeah, but let me like I'd love to be there. And I asked for like a +1 because I didn't know if Crypto Rain had signed up for it either, but wanted to be there. And yeah, wasn't selected. But I am going to try to go to that Marvel announcement. And then people have asked that I do like a recap of whatever because they don't allow cameras or anything in there. So just do a recap of that. So yep, I'm going to be there almost every day. And then really looking forward to the after party. So
same. Yeah. You're going to have to put your phone in your pocket and then have the little cut a hole in your pocket, have a little thing happen.
Little security secret cameras. Little
dude, I'll just get those Ray-Bans, right? And be like, no, these are the normal Ray-Bans. Just cover them.
Pretend to be injured and have a cane. Just have a camera hidden in the cane.
Yeah, that hat's looking pretty good. I got a couple on the way. But I think when I was talking to Sanjay before, I thought he was going to just send them, but I don't know if he's getting them signed.
There's a few we have to sign. I think we'll have a day.
Signed.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few people that like just couldn't be there at the event. And so he's like, hey, if you're going, can I just ship some of these so he doesn't have so much to bring? Because what a rock for this guy. I mean, first of all, shout out just getting the hats, but then taking so many of the hats out and getting signed. But yeah, I'm going to take these hats and get them signed by Dan and David while I'm there. So you'll looks like you'll probably get a signed one that he'll ship to you.
Yeah, I got 2 of them coming.
Yeah, I've got 2 as well. Just like I got my VEVE gold and silver hats. I got those both signed.
Yeah.
Finally get my number 41 VEVE hat. Magic's had it for the longest time, but it's so close. I can't wait to hold it and permanently give my other one to Dashi.
I might have to put my VEVE logo, one of them, up for sale for a lot of OMI if I get the opportunity. Maybe I said I wouldn't sell it for anything less than 20K, so I'll have to add those numbers together.
Yeah, let's get up to that now. So there's, are you guys both in the VEVE? Yeah, all right. So you're both in both groups, the VEVE gold logo. And
I have 2 of each.
Flexing over there. So in this one, I think you guys might be able to tell. Like, it's a Venn diagram where there's a bunch of shared people, but then at the outer ends, I think that there are a lot more people in the Ecomi silver logo group that are just, I don't want to be careful with that phrase, that just have a much deeper pockets and are not afraid to spend it. Because the Ecomi, the VEVE Secret Rare, a lot of that was going out for free. Not all, because some people bought their own, which is fine.
Wait, but the Ecomi Secret Rare? The
VEVE Secret Rare.
Yeah.
The Ecomi one, you had to have 10 million OMI,
right?
Which right now is not a lot. It's like $5-6 grand, but back in the day when people had it, that was likely tens of thousands of dollars. So if we get a bunch of this OMI to NFT with a bunch of big whales, what do you think is most important to them? What do you think goes up first? Is it Darth Vader? Is it partners? Is it VEVE and Ecomi logos? What do y'all think?
I would have to say the logo groups because, they want to interact with everyone in those groups. I'm honestly having a hard time interacting in the 10 different chat rooms. I kind of pick and choose as I see it come up, but you can only handle so many pop-ups in a day. So I honestly haven't been in the gold and silver logo group in a while because there's so much going on in the Ecomi one. It seems like there's more interaction going on in there to me.
Yeah. What about you, Doc?
It'll be interesting. I would imagine that most of the whales, if they have that much OMI, they probably have a lot of grails already. And will they buy more? Yeah, they probably will. But I think that they're going to be holding on a little bit. I think if they've got 1 billion right now, they're going to be kind of waiting and seeing. But I don't know, right? Because all I know is this: when I've got gems in my account, it's so hard to look at that and not just spend it. And right now they haven't been able to spend that OMI. And then all of a sudden, if that opens up and they can spend the OMI, they're probably going to be buying stuff. And I think that they'll be buying some of the Grail comics. I think that they're going to load up on on a lot of the type of grails, and I would be surprised if they don't start. So this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, and actually was talking with Patient Hodler, and he's of the mind that, you know, there are certain comics and things that are extremely scarce on VeVe. And what I mean by that is through the VeVe Comics website, right, with Marvel's same day release, there's certain comic books that like only have like 40 secret rares, right? And one of the things that we see, like one of the reasons certain things are so valuable is because they're so scarce. You can have massive popularity, but if there's like 20,000, you know, 9.8s on a super popular comic, like the value of that comic's not very much. It might be 2,000, 5,000.
Right.
You know, and so I'm looking at some of these artists like the Peach Momokos, Nicoletta Baldera. I don't know. I can never remember how to say her name, but I don't know. Like you're looking at some of these, and people, some of them just really like the covers and the art, and so I just see that some of these whales might look at those and be like, you know what, I want a few of these super rare, scarce comics that like really aren't that pricey, and I can just use some OMI to get that, because I do think that there's gonna be a lot of people who are like, now that I can sell for OMI, I want to hit that 10 million mark, right? I want those extra MCP points and things, and so. But yeah, I think that the whales are going to be picking up, you know, grails and maybe, or even specifically some mint numbers. And I'm hoping that now that this is on a marketplace, that through Stacker, we'll be able to make offers on edition numbers, right? That we can, because we can see a lot of that. We can see who has the edition number on Stacker. Yeah. And so being able to go out there, because, you know, what's crazy is,
that'd be huge.
You might have a mint number that someone has been searching for, and they can't get a hold of you. And also you get this offer, and it's just like, hey, I'm willing to pay 7 times floor price for your thing. And someone's like, heck yeah, I've just been holding on to that. Like, I had no idea, you know? So I'm so bullish for this. I'm so excited for this. Yeah.
Yeah. At these prices, I might have to list one of my logos for 33 million OMI, I think. Right around there. We'll see. I need to get some more OMI. I haven't been buying since the whole Bit4X situation. You know, I only had 2.5 million stuck on there, but it's just honestly been just laziness.
Yeah.
And I've been buying other stuff, but if I get, you know, if I get some back, my plan was always to just sell a lot of collectibles for OMI anyways, and then wait for the bull market for that.
Same. I mean, right now, I don't know what I would sell. Maybe if, like you, if it gets up to the logo, the VeVe logo gets up to like 20K, I would sell that. Right. But on the other stuff, I don't know. A lot of the stuff I kind of really like. I don't want to sell it. The Mighties I really like. The Lokis, I don't think I can do that for them. My number 43 Lukes are probably fine. I could probably sell those. And then the number 41 logos if I get a really big number. I don't know about offers yet. I don't know if we're able to do giveaways. Like right now on VeVe, there's a cap. Like you can only sell things for minimum 1 gem. Like you can't go below that.
Yeah.
But if there's an offer option on Stacker, where we'll be able to, like, we won't, because if you put anything for 1 OMI or however much OMI, it's going to be sniped up. But if somebody makes you an offer, I was like, hey, I know you from YouTube or wherever, make me an offer, and then I'll give it to you for 1 OMI or however much. That could be our version of doing giveaways. Oh, hey, there's VeVe. Thanks for covering the big announcement today. Celebrate. We'd love to offer your audience a giveaway for a VeVe digital collectible. Please pick a winner. Thank you. Nice. Be advised, VeVe, there's like almost 1,800 people here. This is going to be do you know how many comments there are going to be? How do we do this? How do we do this giveaway here?
Yeah, last time we did it was kind of tough with the whole number thing. I don't know.
Maybe I could give it to people that have already commented, and maybe I don't know. Because if I have somebody pick a number, they're just gonna YouTube will shut down.
Just gonna spam
it. But we could do this here. Let us do, and it'll have to be VeVe related, I guess, right?
OMI related, man. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, okay. We'll do it OMI related.
This is OMI's day. You know, let's do an OMI question.
All right. How we got to figure out a word here. In other words, I guess it doesn't have to be a word. Because like if I say something like "Who's the Ecomi community manager?" like that's too simple, you know.
Yeah.
It would have to be. Would it be trivia?
Ooh, I could throw. Hold on. Let me see something here.
Let's do something related to Foster.
Okay, something related to Foster.
Something old.
That's hard. He doesn't give a lot of dad lore. He doesn't really drink, so like he never just gets tipsy and be like, "One time I shot a man in Reno." You know, like he doesn't do that.
Right. Yeah.
We could do so. OMI. What was the? Because there have been NFTs that have been bought for OMI before on Immutable X. I'm not confident enough to know which one though. Yeah, on the Immutable X marketplace, like there's other NFTs outside of VEVE, and there's other stuff there. So like you can buy and sell stuff with OMI on there, but they're not VEVE NFTs, so not too many people really care about it.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah, that's.
I got an easy way to do it.
Okay.
See if so on the latest Marvel Mighties drop, I got a certain Marvel Mighty number. If people could guess that, for Miles. It's something simple.
If we do that, just message me and it hasn't started yet. So anyone that comments
I got the
right
snapshot.
now,
I already posted on my X and everything, but I could send you the picture of it.
Was it number 88?
Huh?
Okay, well, if it was number 88, then
dang,
all right.
Omar
So
was on it like instantly.
Omar gets the giveaway. He is the first one to get it.
Dang.
Man, people be commenting J8. So yeah, it was all right. So I guess Omar's got it. It's done, guys. It's done. It's done. No more. No more.
That was quick.
That was he was ready. My boy was ready. All right, so I'll have VEVE Collectibles go on and I'll message them and say like, hey, it was Omar. I'll do that. On these ones, which way are you guys going to go? I know there's going to be arbitrage opportunities, and I know but which way are you guys thinking of going? Accumulating more OMI?
Yeah,
more collectibles?
Stacking OMI. To me, it's like Sleeping, I think, brought up earlier that, I'm not here to make 15%.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'll just keep stacking and stacking until, there's substantial gains.
Fair point. All right, let me give him the Omar. Okay.
Casually, I'm crazy with the whole Earth 2 community too, because I do the exact same thing with them. They're selling jewels and ether and essence, and I'm just no way. I'm just stacking because you see with VEVE things can 10-20x in a few months when the narrative's correct. So I'm waiting for moments like that.
Doc, what are the so obviously it was a good day for OMI today. What of your other in your portfolio have done pretty well over the last month or so, or this year?
So Entangled did crush it for me, right? And then it's fallen pretty substantially since then. There's been some drama in that community, but I still think that's a great project. But some of my AI tokens that I've done, so there's one called Orbify that I'm in. That's done really well. And then TARS AI, that dipped and then has kind of jumped back up again. So definitely the AI token narratives have hit. And so I've been kind of tracking, especially like TARS AI, and if it falls below a certain point, then I've been buying that. And so, those tokens are doing pretty well. On top of that, TARS, multiple projects now that I'm in with these pre-sales have decided to kind of unilaterally change the vesting periods on stuff, which it's not fun, but that's That's part of the risk there, which has sucked. But then Definity's like overall been pretty exciting to see Definity, right? And been stacking some Definity. Yeah. So, and then like today, there's this token. They made an announcement, and I think it's jumped like 20%. I don't know if you guys have heard of OMI, but that's done pretty well today. You know, that's so awesome. Bill does it. Oh, that's funny.
Super chatting was right here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have another guest here in a minute.
Yeah, hey guys, I got to drop out. I just wanted to pop in and say hey.
Yeah,
so, thanks, Bill.
I got to go to a concert.
Get it, Bill. Take pictures, take videos.
I got to try to meet up with you in person, man, in San Diego Comic-Con, if possible. Love that.
Yeah, if not, then maybe New York. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there for sure.
All right, see you guys.
Okay.
All right, peace.
What a stud, man!
He's so cool. I love him.
This freaking community is so awesome.
He's got a good amount of essence, which I think you should totally get some essence as well. But as of right now, we're gonna get on. It's the middle of the night over there. Dr. Prophet, what's going on?
Hey guys, you hear me?
What?
Yeah, we're doing really well.
Yes, we can hear you. Are we calling you Batman, like the Dark Knight right now? Like.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on 1 second. Let me try to get on my headset. Something is not working.
Oh, this is crazy, Dr. P. I love this.
Yeah.
In the house. He's got yeah. I'm curious what the lights are behind. All right, what are the lights on behind you?
I'm in the garden, so it's pitch black here almost. That's why you don't see me.
It's really dark.
I've seen that in the daytime as well. Very nice. Casual flex of the lights of the city behind you.
Oh, wait. It looks like here. The back is a little bit more
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh, there we go. Like
and that's not a hotel either.
No, I'm at home. How are you guys?
Good. I mean, stoked. Super stoked. Energized.
Yeah. I'm very happy that the announcement is out of the way. So that was like, it was like 2 or 3 weeks hanging there. But yeah, finally we got to announce it.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be your most burning questions after reading that announcement?
Mine would be and it doesn't really have much to communicate about. I guess there's two. For the fees of the seller fees that obviously that are collected in OMI, in order to obviously turn that into fiat, it's just a small, tiny amount of sell pressure of like maybe a couple thousand a day. So that's not a big deal. My question would be, one is, would VEVE or Ecomi not eat that, but would they buy that back themselves? So this way, they're not necessarily doing buybacks, but they are, instead of selling it, they're just putting it over on their balance sheet. And then is the buyer fee, is that the only burn that's going to happen?
Yeah, so the way it will be structured, so you can assume that the royalties would be converted to fiat, right? Let's say 6% royalties of a $100 buy is something which would somehow hit the market. I think in general, there's enough interest that we don't even have to sell it on the market. So I'm not expecting really sell pressure out of this. And anyway, on the long run, I don't even expect this to be a bad effect, because if you think about it, there's a new buyer that comes in and he doesn't have OMI. He first has to buy $100 worth of OMI, and then after that transaction, $6 worth of OMI gets sold. So the net positive effect is 94, right? So it's I don't think it's bad if there's a little bit sell pressure, because there will be also buy pressure before, especially when we want to attract some other Web3 users in the future. they don't have OMI, they have to buy OMI first to do the transaction. So I'm not skeptical that this will have a negative effect. Might be depending on the price. If the OMI price is very low, no one will actually want to use their current OMI token, right? Picture there's something on the market and you want to buy it, it's cheap. Then I think a lot of people will consider just using whatever USDC or ETH to buy OMI and then buy the collectible, right? And if the whole OMI token price is high, then obviously you might get a lot of or more sell pressure. I think it's kind of, it equals it out. I think at these levels, I don't expect a lot of sell pressure. It's just a very low token price. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that most people are going to be at this. They're like, why? I bought at a lot of people who hold it right now, right? They bought it at a lot higher price point. And so they're just like, why would I cash that in? I'd rather just buy at this point. And there may be some people who are just like, I want out, and they can say, well, I'll sell my collectibles for OMI, and then I don't have that 10% cash out fee.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's gonna, like he said, like there's gonna be ebbs and flows, and especially if there's arbitrage, things where people are like, hey, you know what? Like, I'm willing to sell my collectible for 5% cheaper on Stacker because I don't have to pay that 10% cash out fee. And people are like, I'll just buy OMI and then get this for 5% cheaper, right? So, there's definitely going to be some arbitrage opportunities here, which I'm excited. I think like my eyes going to be on that marketplace now, looking at this.
I agree. I mean, what we're trying to do with Stacker, and no one has seen it really live, we try to make it as accessible for Web2 users as possible, right? So the wallet is fully sponsored. You don't have to, we sponsor all the gas transaction. It's account abstraction, it's a privy wallet, an embedded wallet, and you don't have to interact with MetaMask. MetaMask will be introduced later. Coinbase wallet will be introduced later, but just for the very start, it's going to be so simple that I really believe that most of the users will gravitate to Stacker when they cash out, for sure. It's easier, but also I think the flows are really, really smooth on the marketplace. So I think the majority, especially of the high value trades, I would assume will kind of gravitate towards Stacker. So yeah, I think it will have a significant market share. And maybe, I don't know, just speculation, the secondary market of VEVE could phase out over time. Who knows? The more easy we do Stacker, the less of a need there is for the original marketplace. And then we'll have deep links, and you can potentially at some point just log with the VEVE login. And so it will be very, very convenient over time, and even now, to use the marketplace. So yeah, we hope to convince, I don't know, 90% of the users to use it.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I think it'll be important. I mean, I feel like you said some things that you're very familiar with that a lot of people are going to be like, yo, what the heck did he just say? Like account abstraction, right? And what that means. So what I'm hoping also kind of, as we're doing the beta testing, or as this is ready to roll out, right, that there's some more articles really explaining what that is. And I think it's very intuitive, and actually people will hear that and they won't know, but then when they just do the sign up process, right, I think it'll be actually very simple for them, and they'll be like, oh, I guess that's what it is. But I think it would definitely be helpful to have some of those articles kind of explaining the mechanism.
The irony is everyone already has a Stacker wallet, so they don't know it. We don't show it on the interface, but everyone has an Ethereum wallet. And maybe I just wanted to highlight that I think it was I kind of made some comments about Base, but it's very important to know now that users will not have to have their funds on IMX anymore. So the OMI token on IMX will be very irrelevant in the future. because if you hold it on Stacker or maybe on MetaMask in the future on Base, this will count towards your staking. On IMX, you can't, you will not really have to have funds anymore. So for staking, for trading, and for the marketplace, these are, you only need to hold funds on Base. And we make it very, very easy to hold funds on Base. That's something I want to kind of, like, I'm not sure if that's clear right now with the announcement.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Dr. Prophet,
hey.
Dr. Stuff, Randy, want to say hi.
What's up,
Dr.
Mr.
Prophet,
MC1?
congratulations, man. Just really love everything I'm reading.
Hey.
Big congratulations to you, the Stacker team,
Thank you.
Everybody at VEVE that's kind of, and Ecomi that's worked on this, man. This is a pretty big day. Very big day, man. Very big day. Just, you know, the whole concept of a utility token is, you know, there has to be utility for it with VEVE, and you know, today is sort of memorialized, right? That you can use OMI in a very accessible, cheap manner to buy NFTs and sell NFTs. I mean, that's huge. I mean, you know, there's a lot of very smart people here who want the 10th and the 11th and the 12th thing. And Dr. Prophet, I know that, you know, someday you'll go deliver all of those, man, with the VEVE Ecomi team. But big day, man. I'm so happy. So happy.
Thanks, Mr. MC. I mean, we also had like a big learning curve, I have to say, with Stacker, because the way we wanted to make it so convenient for the user that we actually had a lot of obstacles on the way. And without going into details, but we use this account abstraction, which allows us to sponsor transaction. But it turned out that it's very hard to sponsor a Uniswap transaction. Then we had to switch to 1inch, and then 1inch was down for 2 weeks. And even the super bridge from a Base or from Optimism doesn't allow sponsoring of the transaction. And so we kind of like were a little bit naive. So that everything will work super smoothly with account abstraction and gas sponsoring. But there were a lot of roadblocks. And I just wanted to emphasize that if the wallet, the Stacker wallet, can do everything a VEVE user needs to do. So first of all, it's a Base wallet. You can, and I will put out some videos when the beta testing starts. I will show a little bit the wallet, maybe not the marketplace in the beginning, but I want to make sure that people understand what this wallet is. It's an embedded wallet. It's basically secured with your biometric features. It's a privy wallet. Also, OpenSea uses that technology. You can export your private key, so you have always access to your funds, and it's I would consider it very safe. It's as safe as let's say your iPhone or your computer at home. Obviously, if you don't have an open computer, then I wouldn't use that wallet. And then you can use MetaMask or Coinbase wallet. We will add that. And for example, in order to buy OMI token, I will show that off. All you need to do is transfer USDC from Base. And we will have a fiat gateway. We're already, was almost finished.
That's big.
But yeah, then you have a USDC. You can wire USDC, let's say, from your Coinbase account for a penny, or I don't know if they even charge something. And you can translate US dollar directly one-to-one into USDC at no cost. So basically, you can get funds into your Stacker wallet for free as an American. And then you can swap them with one click on the Stacker wallet. So we took a lot of effort in providing a wallet interface that is intuitive for 95% of the users. So that took us really a lot of time to fine tune. You don't need to have ETH in your wallet. It just works. You will even be able to send your OMI token from L1, let's say from your exchange to your L1. And then with one click, bridge it to L2 and also bridge it back from L2 with one click, everything within the context of this wallet. So the wallet is a kind of a core piece that we took a lot of time to develop. And again, we had all these obstacles. And I think once users will see it, they will understand that it's actually really easy to use. And it's even very convenient on mobile. So I think people will have no problem using it mobile. Obviously, it's always better a little bit on the desktop version, but it's actually quite convenient also on mobile.
So I have two questions.
Yes.
Number one, I'm thinking about OMI on L2 on Immutable X, right? And you're saying that basically is becoming irrelevant. So obviously everyone on the VEVE app that's holding that, right, on the omi.vv.me or the VEVE/wallet, that's on IMX layer 2. So what's the process if it's already on the VEVE app of getting or transferring that or converting that, bridging that over to L2 on Base?
It's going to be super easy. So we detect, because we have your OMI wallet on VEVE, right? So we detect if you have funds there, and you can give us the allowance. We can allow us to withdraw your funds, and then we credit it. We'll credit it to your Stacker wallet. It's just one click. So I'm not sure if this will be live in the very first day, but picture you have 10 million OMI token on your OMI web wallet. All you need to do, there will be a banner which says, hey, you own 10 million OMI token. Do you want to migrate it? Then you press yes, and that's it. And then you have the funds on your Stacker wallet. So it's going to be very, very easy.
It's amazing, Dr. Prophet. I mean, the one click, one click is very important as you bring in more and more people. That one click is a very, very important feature. And to have the one click in many different directions is great, man.
Of course, the Amazon guy likes to one click.
Yeah, just make it get rid of the orange button. Instead of that, make it like a red circle. The one click is always a red circle.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah. No, look, everything will be, and again, I want to emphasize that at the end, all the OMI token, they just need to be on the base chain. So first of all, you can do staking. It automatically counts towards your staking, what you have in your Stacker wallet, even if you have it on your MetaMask or on, let's say, on your Coinbase wallet. We can associate these addresses. We report them back to VEVE, and they aggregate it into basically one wallet. Now you can do Uniswap trading on Base, and you have the marketplace transaction. So if you think about your OMI stack, it doesn't need to be on IMX. It doesn't even need to be on Ethereum layer 1. If you need to sell off some OMI token, there's a one-click bridge from L2 to L1. Instead of 7 days, it will be a few minutes. So basically, we will provide some liquidity for that. And then with one click, you can send it to your exchange account. So because right now, no exchange will support Base OMI. Maybe at some point that happens, but we have a very simple bridge from L1 to L2 in both directions. So I almost have the recommendation, just keep basically most of your token on L2, on Base. That's how I see it.
So I want to magnify, because that was actually my second question. When you were saying, hey, you can click from L1 OMI to L2 and then right back from L2 OMI to L1. And I was like, well, let's hold on a second, because typically that's a 7-day wait period, right, to bridge it back from L2 to L1. So the fact that you are providing enough liquidity there, or Stacker is, or however that's operating, to have the same day within minutes, that is massive. That is. And then the thing that I think is crazy is people will never have maybe interacted with Base, and so maybe this will be kind of like a gateway, and they'll interact with OMI, and then they'll try to bridge something from Base, a different token from Base, and they're like, "Why in the world is this taking 7 days? OMI does it in one." that's exciting news, Dr. P. Man, I'm pumped. Yeah. Like you've really simplified a lot of pain points that I had concerns with as I was trying to think through how the team and however this was going to roll out. And I'm bullish, man. The easier, kind of like what Mr. MC1 just said, like that one click or maybe even 2 clicks, right, is so important. Just like the ease of the transaction really drops the barriers of people wanting to do that. And you even see people who are like, this sounds easy enough for me to do. This is awesome, man.
I think, you know, if you look at the problem in 3 parts, right? Money in, buying with OMI, and money out, right? Those are 3 things. And there's so much friction everywhere, man, no matter where you are. Like even if you're on exchanges and whatever, there's like all this friction, you know, with these things. And when you think about something like an OMI token to have the capability where you're able to bring it in many ways easily, you know, many ways to kind of exchange it from different currencies and stuff. And then to see your VEVE NFT listed in OMI, I mean, that's amazing, man. That's pretty cool, right? Mm. To list it in OMI is amazing.
Absolutely.
Agreed. When this has been talked about for quite a while, we had this actually done 3.5 years ago, but unfortunately the way it was done 3.5 years ago was that and it wasn't OMI to NFT, it was OMI to gem, and you use your OMI, you get the gems, and then that was pretty much it. You get VEVE didn't really make any revenue off of that, because what happens with that, you know, they just disappear, or gem to OMI, whichever it was. And now it's going in a way that VEVE doesn't lose anything. It's going in a way that's really positive, because it's going to burn OMI from the circulating supply. What are the other intricacies in there on how it's different? And because there's going to be some people like, oh, it took 3 years for this, and obviously they don't know about the regulatory landscape. Can you tell us some of the more challenging things that you had to work through?
It's a good open question. No, look, I mean, we have been working intensely only on this idea like half a year, and but we needed that time, and there was obviously a decision at some point that it's I think the biggest hurdle is the regulatory hurdle. It was, I want to say, better that a third party is providing that utility and that marketplace. It's hard to have a crypto business in New Zealand. That's the truth. And I have learned that I might have been also naive, but the reason why we're doing this marketplace is that lawyers don't feel comfortable doing that on within New Zealand jurisdiction. And then there's obviously the advantage that external team can build that more efficient and faster or quicker. So I think it's these 2 things that played a role. And did I miss some part of your question? What was the other?
It was just things that people might not be aware of, and what difficulties that are just kind of went on behind the scenes that you had to deal with, and all that.
Yeah, I mean, we had different ideas how to do the marketplace, and I'm 10 times more happy the way we did it, and it took longer, because one of the initial ideas was really that the marketplace and the exchange of the OMI token would happen on IMX. And IMX is not a general purpose blockchain. You can't do it in a decentralized way. It would be ultimately just another centralized marketplace where you have API keys that move token from A to B, and that's it. And so we needed to make sure that, like, I mean, until the very end, it was not clear on which layer 2 we end up. There was the Duncan upgrade of Ethereum. Everything was open, Polygon, Arbitrum, and then the L2 fees fell so nicely, like 99% or whatever, that all of a sudden Base was actually the best choice, in my opinion, still is, because it has like this connection with Coinbase, and it will be, in my opinion, the onboarding for American users to the. I mean, I'm a big believer in L2s, and Base has just the best onboarding path. Every Coinbase user, one click, boom, is on Base, and so there were a lot of. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Dr. Prophet, I was just going to say, I'm in the US, and after I heard about the Base, the Ecomi announcement about Base OMI, I went and did it immediately, and it was just very, very easy, man. I just bought ETH. Foster actually sent me some instructions to, bridge Ethereum on ETH to Base ETH.
Mm-hmm.
It was very fast, though, very fast. It was in a matter of seconds I got that done. And then I just swapped, man. I swapped, and it was so easy. And I have only thing was I had to do it little by little, but I have I bought 40 million OMI just swapping Base ETH in my Coinbase wallet. Yeah. For this stuff. Dr. Prophet, that was super easy, man. What you're saying is true.
I mean, to be honest, we need a little bit more liquidity on the long run in the OMI it's an OMI to ETH pool on Uniswap. So right now, I would say the order size should not exceed $1,000 or $2,000, and then one should always look around if other. I think for a while now, OMI token was cheaper on Base, so actually you can actually buy it up. So maybe there was one seller that was for some reason selling it. But I think on the long run, the prices will be pretty equal on all the exchanges, especially when we introduce the fast bridge, because then it's very easy to arbitrage. But in general, I think the liquidity pool could be 2 or 3x higher, so that the market impact when you order is lower, especially when you want to buy, I don't know, maybe a Spider-Man for $5,000. Would be better if the market impact of your ETH to OMI order is not 3%, it's just 1%. So we have to improve some of those flows and see how people will use it. But yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Base. I'm happy that we ended up on a smart contract solution, because everything we do now is a smart contract. And also, to be clear, if you sell something on VEVE collectible, the security is really high. We need to have your JWT token to prove to VEVE that you are really that VEVE user and that you are eligible to sell. So it's not like a solution where we can just move tokens or NFTs around. We have to really prove it every time that this is a valid session cookie and token, that the user is really allowed to buy and sell it. I mean, having said that, right now the VEVE NFTs will be still on IMX. I don't think it's going to be a super long-term solution, but for now, I think it's an acceptable solution. I also think it's better than the marketplace that Cryptoys built, where they kind of send you a token through whatever, and this represents an NFT on the other chain. So you have to be VEVE user to use it. But when you buy and sell, it moves from your VEVE account to another. So that's how I think it's gonna feel quite natural for the actors on the market.
Makes sense, Dr. Prophet. When I was doing the exchange, I was doing it like $1,500 at a time. I think one time, maybe max, I did about $2,000 while I was swapping. So that was sort of the sweet spot when I was doing it. But hey, Dr. Prophet, I was going to ask you, man, are we kind of conserving energy in Europe? Is this like the new green measure, or are you live streaming with a candlelit bubble bath or something? Is that like a OMI celebration? What's going on?
No, so we have a very warm day here in Portugal, and I decided to be to just be in my garden, and it's dark here in the garden.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Sounds right, actually. The first point does apply. Oh,
No.
there you go. Well,
Doc, I know you gotta bounce soon. Other stuff. Do you have any final questions or final thoughts before you get out of there?
Yeah, just final thoughts, like, and kind of just to echo what Mr. MC1 said when he came on, right? But massive congratulations, Dr. P, to you, the Stacker team, and the VEVE team, and the Ecomi team, right? And I kind of I was on around the Ecomiverse recently, and there was someone on there basically being like, "Oh, why isn't OMI listed on U.S. exchanges?" And that there's no reason for it, and like I kind of said, like, look, there's regulatory reasons, and they were like, oh, like that's not a good enough excuse. And I kind of feel bad because like I kind of went after him. I got kind of frustrated because I don't feel like people truly understand the significance of like putting a target on your back with regulators and how serious that can be, And I said, I mean, XRP has paid over $100 million in their fight against the SEC, right? And then like, what's the whole like? VEVE could be using that money to be building something else instead of fighting that. So like I get that people want it on a U.S. exchange, but the fact that what you've built here with Stacker and the ability to access OMI like that, like these 1 clicks or 2 clicks, right, to get to the token, that's going to be huge. It's going to be so huge. And so this really is a big day. This is something that's been promised for several years now, and for you guys to really build that out and in such an exciting way and such a easy to use way is so bullish, and just want to shout you out for that. Like that's huge, and just being such a
thank you
like force for good in this community of like what you're building, and I mean, like, we just got these legends here. I mean, Randy with all of the streams, Sleeping with all of his comic knowledge, Sanjay with all of the parties and just like the social aspect of things, always being on spaces, and Dr. P just building in the background, and just being that well, man. Like I'm amongst giants here, and I really it's humbling just to be on the stage with you guys. I appreciate that. And but I do have to bounce. I got to go pick up my daughter from school. But thanks again, and look forward to seeing anyone who's going to be there in San Diego Comic-Con, and hopefully, Dr. P, maybe you'll be there in New York Comic-Con. So
yeah, pretty sure.
Sweet.
Okay. All right. See y'all.
Thanks, yeah.
Bye, Doc.
Appreciate you.
Great points there. Yeah, Dr. Prophet, what an amazing community we have. The whole VEVE community
Absolutely.
is incredible. The kind of people that we have in this community is insane. And, you absolutely are, the top guy in this whole community, Dr. Prophet, with your generosity, with your time, your talents. And, I'm sure you probably put in a lot of effort into it before any of this happened. You got your own guys to kind of build stuff and prototype stuff and chat with VEVE and Ecomi and stuff. So that just goes a long way, Dr. Prophet. I mean, I think anybody who's watching the stream.
Thanks, Mr. MC.
Yeah, anybody's watching the stream, you got to understand, the VEVE Ecomi ecosystem, the kind of company that David and Dan have built, they've attracted some incredible people that just have both. Like, just look at this group here. I mean, look at Sleepin', man. He's like one of the top guys in comics, and he's an executive. He's a tech executive. He understands tech, and he understands crypto. And then you got, just there's so many people, like, very smart people in this community. And Dr. Prophet, man, hats off to you, man. You just absolutely, I gotta tip my hat to you, man. You're just incredible. Just an incredible guy, man. What you've done.
Thank you, but I have to give it back to you and all of you. I really appreciate. I always appreciated the community a lot, and Mr. MC, you have done so much, also in your spare time. And Sleeping, I've watched a lot of your content, and Randy, I have to say, like, this also keeps me going, right? The community, it's really an awesome community, and some individual that really put a fuck ton of effort in it. So that's really, really great. I do appreciate every one of you.
Yeah, Dr.
Thanks,
Prophet.
man.
Now the all the requests are going to increase. You do know that, right? You deliver so much. Now people are going to say, "Hey, Dr. Prophet, when can we start selling sets together? Multiple collectibles."
Yeah.
Hey,
Look,
when can we match mints and sell those things together?
I'm gonna give you a list of what I already have of
All
kind of
right, let's
requests.
go.
No, I mean, like, I give you the list, and then you can either agree
Okay.
on these features or not. As you said, selling a set is something that people want to do. They want to combine,
Yeah.
let's say, 3 collectibles and put a set price on it. So
Yeah.
then there's bidding on or offering, however you would call it, on a specific mint.
Yeah.
But there could be also a collection offer. So you would buy any partner statue for a given amount. So it doesn't matter which mint number. That's actually something all of the bigger NFT marketplaces have.
Yeah.
What we can also do is, I was thinking of you, Randy, and actually any of the influencers. We could also have a profile page for you guys, maybe with a VEVE name, and where we can do OMI tipping, right? So, and I was wondering if we can add a little bit of burn. So maybe the influencer can choose 10% of my income will be automatically burned. Just as I float some ideas. Yeah, that's.
I'll do
Do I miss
100%.
something? Yeah, you could do 100%. No, I would allow that if somebody
Yeah, why
wants.
not? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, look, if you do 100%, what could happen is I don't buy him a beer because I can't buy him a beer because it goes to the OMI burn wallet. But no, like I would basically I would allow that every influencer can, or any user really can switch between 5, 10, 20, 50%, and that automatically gets burned when it reaches your wallet. So that's something I was thinking of. So there's some very logical features that the marketplace in the version 1 will not have, but maybe in the version 1.1. So it's very logical, but I just wanted to throw out some of these ideas and present it. But if you have some opinion, we're very happy to get some feedback. And
Dr. Prophet, the burn idea, the last one that you brought up, the burn idea, burns are very important to this community. It's something that they've hooked on to right from day one. And, it's almost like it's one of the things that resonates the most, I think, with our community. I think selling sets and those kind of things appeal to a few people who are big collectors and want to do that. And I'm not saying, I want to prioritize here for anyone. You should do the run the poll and see where the numbers come out and stuff. But the burn thing is the fast, like accelerated to the fastest that we can,
Yeah.
Quick announcement here. Pro the Doge, the Slum Doge Millionaire, will be joining us at the Thursday event for San Diego Comic-Con. He'll be there with his little brother at the Deadpool and Wolverine movie.
That's awesome. Is he coming out to the logo one too? Randy has a logo too?
No, I think he's only because he's going to the Bitcoin conference Friday through Sunday. Okay. So I think he's on Thursday. That's it. That would be cool because he's got that gold logo, which is great. But so speaking of which, Mr. MC1, it's going to be way far back. I can't find it. But you posted that you had some breaking news there that the
No, I probably jumped on it a little bit too soon.
Oh, all right, disregard. Never mind.
Disregard. I read something, flashing something, and I said, "Oh, okay, I got it." By the way, just to make my case though, I've been one of the biggest proponents of the Ecomi SR logo guys. Getting into the beta version to test it. So I'm one of the biggest proponents of it. And when you say it and ask for it long enough, all you need is a lightning strike in the sky to say, yeah, it's happened. But I hope we do.
Yeah. So I guess speaking of that, what's the security like? So there's somebody that I know that put like all of his 120 million OMI on the VEVE app because well, it's secure there. There's like one person has the keys. They'll make it right if it doesn't. For Stacker, do you guys have the same security? Well, I guess you can't answer have the same, but
look, you can think about the security of your VEVE or OMI web wallet. It's also protected with your email, right? So if somebody can access your email, you're fucked, right?
yeah.
So I would recommend, sometimes I even recommend you can register on Stacker with an email address that nobody knows. Because if nobody knows your secondary or third email address, then they can't really guess it at some point. So in a way, as long as your email is secure, your Stacker wallet will be secure. We can over time introduce some new security features like 2FA. We wanted to avoid that in the beginning. But for example, then every 15 minutes, you would need to put in a 2FA key. But as long as you put your the Stacker login on a device that is biometrically secured, we would consider it as very secure. If you put it on an open PC that everyone can access, it's not secure anymore. So this is the way we think, or how also these key passkeys. We can protect it with a passkey, but the passkey is always dependent on the security of your device. So if no one can, if it's biometrically secured, then it's as secure as this feature. So if somebody can access your device and open it, then something bad could happen to your Stacker account.
Okay.
So this, having said that, so there will be an option that you can hold your assets also on MetaMask or on let's say Coinbase wallet, and this is the other option that we will offer. And then you can probably do like a mix. What we would recommend is, why don't you hold the majority of your OMI token on your MetaMask? You can still associate it with Stacker, but the money that you might want to spend on a daily basis on the marketplace, you have in your Stacker wallet. So the equivalent would be, one is your secure bank account and the other is your wallet that you walk around.
Okay, thank you. Sleeping, you got
I'm
anything?
feeble. I have all mine in cold storage.
That's fine, and you will be able to connect that with Stacker. Not in the we can enable it quite fast. And these tokens,
I'm just too scared. I'm like an old man. I just am scared.
I
just take it all offline.
No, I understand, but look, account abstraction, the technology that we use, we can improve the security quite dramatically. First of all, we can say we could remove the email login and only allow passkeys. And passkeys, in my opinion, is a quite new feature, a good feature for security in the future. Again, it's biometric. And if you don't trust biometric, then it's not a good solution. We can enable 2FA. So even if somebody gets access to your account and doesn't have access to your 2FA, you won't be able to send funds with it. So we can up the security for paranoid settings. But then again, if you have 100 million token on your MetaMask, I would not recommend to put 100 million token on the Stacker. Just put the money that you think is necessary for your occasional purchase on Stacker, on the Stacker wallet, because then you can also do it mobile, right? And so that's how I would see it. And if you're at home and now you run dry in your Stacker wallet, then you just push some token over, and it will be very convenient in the Stacker wallet to switch between the context of the wallets. So I think for now we will in the version 1.1 will support MetaMask and Coinbase wallet, because some people also like Coinbase wallet, right?
That's great. Hey, whoever was asking about the hats, just so you know, I'm in over my head. When I offered the community to do hats, I had I did about 70, 80 hats for New York, and then I did some more later, Go logo with the Ecomi SR logo. I had no idea what I was doing. I have like 300, 400 orders for hats. I got them all made. And I was being nice. I just said, okay, if you guys want to get it signed by David and Dan, I'll get it done. I have 2 large suitcases, 2 large ones full of hats that I'm taking to San Diego. And I told David, hey, you might want to meet up a little bit earlier. I have a few hats for you to sign. I don't think he knows.
I know I've done it twice, right? I did the official hats, and I did the other run, and then I did the secret rare run.
Oh my God. That's
I know that game, and it was so crazy because I had to match the mint to the people and not send them the wrong hats.
Oh yeah, me too.
And like I was a theoretical math major. That was one of my majors, and like I could barely figure this out. It was so difficult. I'm like, and then my wife, I had my kids making these boxes, and I'm trying to figure out the shipping, and yeah.
I've got like boxes all over, man.
Oh yeah, I told the guy who makes my hats, I said, the next time we do this, I'm going to pay you whatever you want to ship them all out. Because I cannot figure it out. I am too stupid.
No, I'm not doing hats anymore. I think VEVE's got it. VEVE's doing merch now. So I'm not doing any more hats. But this time in San Diego, I've got like a shit ton of hats, man. I just have to get David to sign them. And then after I bring him back, I'll ship them all out, man. First week of August, ship them all out.
You guys are going too big. David gave me the okay to sell merch with VEVE and Ecomi on it. He just asked for one for him and Dan, which is fine. But I got to do it super small, maybe like 20 of them. So this way they don't go too hard and I don't get overwhelmed.
Yeah, we'll chat about it over some beers, Randy.
I'm in. Dr. Prophet, what are you drinking over there tonight to celebrate?
I've been here in my village in the marina, had some steak and some beer.
Oh.
And had a nice evening. Just came back and now relaxing in the garden. But I'm not drinking too much alcohol because tomorrow I will hit the gym at 6 in the morning.
That's soon. It's like 1 a.m. there,
work out every morning?
I do it like now 3 times a week. So that's my thing now.
Nice.
Good. I mean, you have it's like 1 a.m. there though, right?
It's actually midnight, 12.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, wow.
Not terrible. Yeah, I know you gotta get off to bed. I have a flight at 6 a.m., so I gotta in 11 hours have to. Well, I should probably be there in 10 hours, but yeah, that'll be my trip. Mr. MC1, what day are you getting to San Diego?
I get there tomorrow, so I'm flying out early tomorrow morning.
Same.
So I land at 8:15 or 8:30 San Diego time, and I'm and I just gave myself like a couple hours to go and settle into the place that I'm staying at. Thankfully, David's not too far, and David's agreed to come by and sign all the hats and stuff. So tomorrow, probably afternoon, will probably take an hour and a half.
How much time advance notice do you need to give the private jet, or do you just go there and then they drive you on your own?
Yeah, brother, I fly. If the Marvel Comics ones were at 50,000, maybe that would be the case. But I'm taking American, man. Just fly a regular airline. In fact,
no, I looked into getting into one of those. You just pay money and then you buy hours and whatever. But
yeah, I think I think whenever you get a big job, they kind of hit you up with that. So when I got a CEO gig, I suddenly got like this shit in the mail saying, "Hey, you can buy some hours to this." I'm like, I'm too cheap for this shit, man. Get it out of here.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, I'm jealous that I can't be there.
Come on, Dr. Prophet. You got to come there, man. What's going on?
Look, the 2 major reasons. One of them was actually Stacker. Like all these last minute things that happened. And to be honest, I'm gonna also be anyway in that region at Burning Man. So, and then it felt like, okay, I have to go there twice, almost the same flights, and then I decided like, I'm gonna stay this time home, next time for sure, because I have never been to San Diego Comic-Con and kind of on my bucket list. But I will be in New York pretty
Oh,
sure.
that's great, Dr. Prophet. My first time in San Diego Comic-Con as well, but New York is absolutely on. I'm already in touch with a number of people and places and stuff. That VV Gold logo party, that, you know, there's one that VV would kind of throw, and I don't know the details of it and all that stuff, but there's one that I will throw in New York. And I've been working on it, man. It's been on the agenda for 6 months now, and this year is going to be very special.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank
so
you
you're telling me I got to
thank you
get a
so much.
ticket.
Sleeping, like, why would you not come to New York, man? Like, all the
Well,
Europeans
supposedly
come out, right?
every
all
okay,
the
so my
Germans come
company
out.
has this big thing that happens in Frankfurt every year, and it's always like you're gonna go, and then at the last second they're like, you don't need to go. So I don't know if I'll be in Frankfurt or not. It's always this kind of wacko thing. It's always in
Is that
October too.
same time? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, same time, man. But Sleeping, you guys have to come out to New York, man. New York, like a lot of the European community comes out. The Germans come out.
It's
the French
easier. It's
people
easier
come out.
for us.
Yeah, it's a lot easier, right? They all come out.
Yeah.
In fact, last year, I think there were like 25 people, 30 people from Germany, from France, and the UK crowd comes out. And then all the Americans also there, right? But only thing is the West Coast people, the US West Coast people don't come out. And if we can get that to happen, that'd be like the event, man, the biggest event, period. I mean, that'd be amazing.
Yeah. I would say geographically, it's probably the best city.
Yeah.
It is nice. It's close to me, although I won't be in New York for much longer. I am not long for that state, and I will do a bunch of other stuff, and I won't be long for this country. I will be going to where there is a much lower tax rate on crypto.
You're moving to Korea.
Do they have a low
Puerto Rico.
tax rate on crypto?
Where are
No,
you
they
moving,
ban
Randy?
it like every
Randy?
2 months, and then then it becomes legal again. And yeah, no, you don't want to go there.
But where, Randy? Do you want to disclose it?
Yeah, Puerto Rico. It's close.
Yeah.
I know that it's not the best because it's still 4% tax, but that's a much different than the US where it's like 25% plus on profits. I know Portugal is, I think, at 0%, but you have to like give up your US citizenship. And if I had tens of millions of dollars, I would say like, okay, it's probably worth it. But with the relatively small amounts that'll have, which might be close to that by the end of it, I don't know. American citizenship is really nice, so I'll keep that for.
I mean, there's a lot of American here and half of them gave up the citizenship, and the other half kept it, and they have to still file taxes in the US, right? So, but yeah, you get a queue up on the short line when you travel to the US. Right?
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, and I actually know some like I call him the Pakistani Vitalik. He grew up in the US, like big family there, and they worked so hard for the US citizenship, and he's also like a crypto millionaire, probably 3 digits, and he will not give up his US citizenship because his family worked so hard to become US citizen. And although he's traveling and never in the US, he just wouldn't give it up because it's like emotional for him, right? And so it depends a little bit how flexible you are and how important. But yes, the Americans here, they're happy. Many have given it up. Some are clinging to it, and I understand it. So it's really how you feel. I understand if you don't want to give it up.
I mean, I just wouldn't give it up. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Randy. It's a different topic.
Oh, I mean, I just wouldn't give it up for a few million. I would give it up for tens of millions. You know, so yeah.
Got it.
Dr. Prophet, I was going to ask you, how do you feel about all of these ETFs being formed? You know, there's obviously Bitcoin, ETH just, started, and then they filed for Sol as well, for Solana ETF as well. So any thoughts? Would love to hear your thoughts on this whole ETFs and all that stuff.
I think people will be already surprised how less of a demand there will be for Ethereum. So I think Bitcoin is the perfect ETF. And Ethereum, especially when you can get, and I'm not sure how they solve that, the staking revenues on the ETF, then it will be a very interesting instrument. I don't think too much about Solana and other ETFs to be a major success. For me, the two most logical is Bitcoin and Ethereum. I might be wrong, but like these are the two assets in the crypto space that are, for me, the most logical assets. Bitcoin is the gold, and Ethereum is really an asset that actually gives you a share of a network, and you earn fees on the long run if you stake. So it's actually a really cool asset. It's almost like a stock. I would almost compare it to the Amazon stock. Yeah, Mr. MC1. It's
Yeah.
actually the Ethereum is the Amazon of crypto. You stake, you get very little network fees, because right now it's maybe they do have 1 to 5 billion annualized, depending on which month. So there's some serious fees going on the network, and they allow the stakers to get part of the fees. So it's a long-term growth story, and all the others are a lot of speculation. I like Solana, but I'm not sure if it's going to be surviving the next 10 years. It has a good value proposition. I'm actually quite conservative outside of Ecomi, which is obviously in his it's kind of a risky position compared to Bitcoin or Ethereum, and everything outside of that is more speculative. Even
Yeah.
Solana. Yeah.
Got it. It's good to hear.
On the right now for the Ethereum ETFs, they did about 25% of IBIT's volume on its first day. The gap between ETH and the newborn 8 is a healthy 625 million. But they did about a billion total in volume today. So it's good, but
It's
obviously
good. It's very it's very good volume. The question is, I'm not sure if we have already inflows, official numbers. That would be interesting. And the Bitcoin inflows were surprising on the upside. I think most of the bull run this year was that actually it was surprising how big the inflows were. And I guess many people have now the expectation that the ETF inflows will be proportional, let's say 1/3 of what Bitcoin has seen.
Yeah.
And now it depends a little bit if it just will be 20% of comparable to the Bitcoin numbers, then it's kind of underperforming expectations. However, if it would be 40% of the Bitcoin numbers, then it's outperforming. But look, I'm bullish on Ethereum, so it's a big event, but it's also a little bit already priced in. And Bitcoin kind of surprised on the upside with the inflows.
Oh,
Sweet.
very nice.
Bill Gar says Puerto Rico at 4%, headed down to Scout. Yeah, there's a lot.
Cool.
There's a lot that people would go and do.
I just think that
right.
I just think that the ETH and Bitcoin are just a hedge against all currency, every government, every issue that we all know about. So I just think it's a no-brainer. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't. I don't understand. Just like I don't understand why people, you know, are against whatever. But I guess that's why I am who I am, right? It just seems so logical to me, but they can't see it.
Oh.
Or they have a different agenda that they're not telling you.
I mean, it's a hedge for sure. Bitcoin is specifically is a hedge. I believe just in Ethereum as a blockchain that makes sense, where you can run big parts of the global economy on it in the future. So I really believe in the bull story, and that they will actually earn fees significantly for the token holder. But Bitcoin, yeah, is a no-brainer, because you don't want to be exposed to politicians or central banks. And once they install the digital currencies that luckily Trump doesn't want to, that's if the ECB does that, then people will actually learn how bad it is to hold fiat. That can be, maybe because you have done something wrong, will be just blocked, and then you just want to own crypto, which you will always own as long as you have your password. Yeah. So it's kind of a no-brainer for me, crypto.
Yeah, it is a no-brainer. It's just that 99.9% of the world doesn't understand it, which is good for us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Dr.
guys,
J,
I'm gonna.
go.
Yeah, okay. I would drop off after, but yeah, feel free to.
Oh, okay. American politics has been wild this last week. But do you have any thoughts on the Bitcoin conference now that it seems that both parties are going?
Oh yeah, I to be honest, I haven't checked the news. I was like really hoping that Trump will make an appearance, and
Yeah, he will.
I like already what I've seen so far, what he has said, that he wants America to become the power nation of Bitcoin. And if they, I mean, the Bitcoin that they hold, if they do, even if they stop selling them, right, that would be already a big plus. But if they would be a net buyer, that would be crazy. Or if they invest in miner equipment and start accumulating Bitcoin. I'm even happy if they're net zero. But the good news is that Trump is basically endorsing the industry, and that has been different 8 years ago, right? So he has learned, and that's what I like also about the BlackRocks and other banks. Whatever they thought is the devil, they kind of learned and see now the value in crypto. So a lot has changed, and yeah, we're on the right side of history. Yeah.
Yeah, the U.S. When China cracked down on the Bitcoin miners, a lot of them were evaluating Texas, Austin, that side, and Canada. And some of them went to Canada. Some, decided to just take the plunge and come to the U.S. anyway. But the taxes in Canada are very high, right? So my sense is if the U.S., no matter who outside of the politics of it, no matter who's in power, if they have a crypto-friendly stance, and especially towards Bitcoin mining and those kind of things, my sense is that the U.S. could become a powerhouse there. There's every reason to kind of be in this market. Especially Texas, where there's taxes are low.
Yeah, I think regardless of the political, I mean, I know three of you guys are Trump guys. I'm obviously not a Trump guy, but I don't think it's gonna matter. You're a Democrat.
You talking about Randy? Or are you talking about me?
Oh, you guys. I think you three. It sounds like you're Trump. But I think regardless of the political affiliation, Web3, crypto, etc., you just can't. They're going to have to get on board. It's just
it's too big to fail.
Yeah.
Doc, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I love you.
Thanks,
I
guys.
miss you.
All the fun in San Diego. Love you guys.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Prophet.
We'll see you soon. Bye. Yeah. I hope that other people that have been on recognize that I use Bay very loosely, and I call everyone Bay. So Sleepin', what's it gonna take for you to come out on Saturday? Take a quick trip, come out on Saturday, stay a couple days, leave on Monday.
I mean, it's just we are actually launching something this weekend.
Likely story.
So, and sadly, I'm in charge of some of that. So yeah, it's probably, but honestly, it doesn't matter because if I have my laptop, it really doesn't matter where I am, But
you're coming down with San Diego, right? Why don't you come on Friday, man?
Don't tell me I'd fly out. I just do the New york thing like I did last year.
Party's at 8 o'clock and it's on the West Coast.
I flew out for.
If you leave at 6, you'll still land in time.
And then I'll just fly out in the morning. All right. Well, maybe you might see some Asian dude like.
You could stay with me, Sleepin'. You could stay with me that night. And there is a couch, or there is my bedroom door will be open.
I can sleep on the floor. I've done it many times.
No, we have.
We'll see. I'll DM you. We'll see.
No, seriously, Sleepin', come out.
Want to know another odd thing is that my family is actually going on vacation without me because I'm staying here for this thing, in case anything blows up. But they're like, so no one will be here either. So
That's true.
Yeah,
So
I guess
well,
I'm gonna
listen,
have to take care of the dog though. So, but
my
I
place
can
sleeps
find someone to
11.
take care of the dog. I don't know. Well, I'll DM you.
Yeah.
No, I
But
would just fly out like I did for New York. How I just flew in for the party
Yeah.
and flew out. It'd be similar to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, if
just
you're
come
coming
on
on,
out. You land in the evening. Take a 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock flight, and you'll be, West Coast. You land at around 6:30 or whatever. Even before that, the party's at 8, and we'll go on till late night, and then just crash. Split
Fly
pad.
out.
Yeah,
My-
and then fly in the morning.
my place sleeps 11. There's only gonna be 7 people there that day. So I don't know where because there's only 5 bedrooms, but I guess there's a couple pull-out couches. I guess there's whatever. But we got you sleeping. We got you.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll
So,
have to figure it out. I was thinking of you, Randy, because when I had to leave quickly to go get my daughter, pick her up and bring her back. But when I was driving back, I was behind this Tesla Plaid.
Ooh.
And I know you're a big Tesla guy. So have you driven a Tesla before, Randy?
Yeah, there's this guy that I stream with sometimes, Aria Crypto or Aria Realty. He's got a couple of them, and I've driven his, so that's really fun. And
have you driven the big time ones? It was the P95, I think it was. It used to be. And now
90D
it's
or
Plaid.
whatever.
No,
Yeah.
I've driven the Model 3 and the Model Y.
Okay.
I still have not yet to receive my order for the Cybertruck. I'm lying.
Yeah,
in
you
wait.
gotta get a chance to drive one of those. How about you, Mr. MC1? Have you driven any Teslas?
I have a Model Y.
Okay.
I've driven a Model 3 and the X. Have not
Yeah.
driven the 90. Whatever.
No, I drove the
No, the Cybertruck.
P96D or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is it good? Yeah.
I mean, there's no transmission, so you just hit it and it just goes. It's like a rocket, and you can be going from, literally, it doesn't matter what speed you're going, the acceleration is the same. So if you're going 80 and you hit it,
Yeah.
you're going 150 in a, I don't know,
You
not
have a
very
Tesla
long.
now, right? You have a Tesla, right? No?
No.
Okay.
Soon.
Oh, well,
I don't have any money, so I can't be buying Teslas. I got these kids. I got to pay for these kids. These kids got to go to college.
Yeah.
College are expensive. College now is like $78,000 a year or whatever it is.
God damn. I mean,
Yeah.
wow. I feel like your kids could probably get some scholarships. I feel like they're really smart.
They actually did.
I
now,
love.
it's so ridiculous now because it's so competitive, but like back when I went to school, whatever, we had those AP courses, and that was like the pinnacle. Like
Yeah.
you take the AP course and, you get a score 1 through 5 and whatever.
4s and 5s get it.
Yeah. Now, like they have these classes, like for example, my son took econ, but they want these kids to take as many AP as they can. So you take these double AP courses where they teach you the micro and the macro at the same time. So then at the end of the year, you can take the macro and the micro AP tests, both of them. So then, for example, he took European and world history at the same time. So you can take as many AP courses as you can and get as many tests as you can. It's just like insanity now. Like it's all bonkers now. Like I don't even know how. Yeah.
So, I mean, if what you probably, and you might have even done this. I had a couple of friends that their kids, they just, hey, we're going to have them skip like the 2nd or 3rd grade, whatever it is. And then this way they'll be like, they'll be 1 year younger than everyone. And then their senior year, that's all they do is and part of their junior year too. They basically take the first year and a half of college while they're still in high school, while only have to paying for the AP course, which I think a couple $100.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways. We live in this really good district, so the school and the classes are pretty insane, and there's different routes. So when you get, like my son was routed into this insane math program, so then he's halfway done with his math major already, and then he just needs to take 2 more years, and then he'll be done with that. So he's and what's crazy is there's one that's even more crazy than that one. There's one where you end up, I think, basically getting your math major by like your junior year of college or junior year of high school or something like that. It's
Oh
like
my
so.
God.
You're like taking calculus as like a 6th grader or something like that. It's like nuts. But so he wasn't in that one, but he was in the like one underneath that. And but it's all so like everybody does it, so it's so bonkers. It's so competitive that you're, and we try and tell our kids, you just do your best. You don't need to, but it's absolutely mind-boggling how competitive it is to get into some of these colleges and do some of this stuff, and it's expensive, and I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder how much. I mean, I'm gonna go for this side because I never really went to school. I did 1 semester of community college. I understand to be like an anesthetist surgeon. Well, even that, a lot of it, some things you need a degree for, and that's probably never going to change. How much is a degree really worth? I know it depends on the degree, but I feel like for a lot of things, probably not.
I had a lot of conversations with my kids, not that we need to make about my kids, about not going to college. And we told them always to go to college, but let's talk through it because it's expensive. And I'm going to pay for it, or they're going to pay, you're going to pay, it's, and you can learn most things off the internet now. But both of my kids have decided that they wanted to do things that you kind of need college degrees for. So my one kid, she speaks, she's majored in Japanese and biology. She wants to do biology research. I don't know if she's going to get her PhD. You're going to have to go to college for that stuff unless you've got like a bio lab in your basement or something like that.
Yeah.
And then my son is going to be a math comp sci major. You probably don't need to go to college for that. You could probably learn all the math off of internet and the computer science off of the internet,
Yeah.
but it's probably okay to go to.
Yeah.
So we're big on them studying in another country. So my daughter has studied in multiple other countries already, and my son has too. And then when they go to college, they'll spend time, whatever country they go to, they're going to study there for at least 1 semester and learn that language. And it can't be an English speaking country. So
learn a language in 1 semester. Sleeping, your expectations might be a little.
No, but you know what I'm saying. You're going to go there. You're going to, it's going to be a little rough because you don't know how to figure out the subway, and you got to have to use your hands a little bit. I just think that's super important.
Agreed. I know Mr. MC1 is super like in college because you still have those connections everywhere.
Man, I sit on
you went to Michigan State, right?
I sit on the board of a major, school, business school. So you're not going to hear me endorse Randy's point of view on this. But listen, I agree. The cost of education has gone up a lot, and it forces you to rethink what you want to study and how you want to study it. And there's a choice. There are more choices now with AI and with various learning aids and tools. So I get all of that stuff. I think, college also, if you're somebody who's young, who's 19 years old, and, college also gives you experiences. It enables you to grow in an environment where you're surrounded by other people like that. You gain some degree of independent thinking, free thinking. A lot of the universities are hotbeds for activism, whether it's activism in art, activism in science, or activism in politics or in law. A lot of that, that sort of rebellious streak collectively brings out some thinking as well. And, there's also infrastructure. So obviously, if you want to study chemical engineering, you want to study nuclear engineering, you're not going to learn in your basement. It's just not going to.
Yeah, there's some stuff. If you're going to be engineer or you're going to be a doctor, it's going to be, I don't know how you're going to just be picking off people in the street and like operating on them and trying out stuff. You're going to have to go to med school. You're going to have to.
But I'll tell you, one thing that has sort of resonated with me is the importance of sciences and STEM. Because increasingly we live in a world that's very highly technical. And so, yes, you can do stuff. Bruno will
sold out.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back. Increasingly, we're living in a world where to learn these, to be in certain fields, you're going to have to learn the technical side of things. Sure, you might have computers. Sure, you might have other forms of intelligence and things like that. But you're going to have to know the guts of it to play in that space. So personally, I would not recommend starting without a STEM-like background. In some way, it's a major or minor. You need some technical. It doesn't even have to be STEM. If it's something technical in nature, right? That would be great. And I don't know if that's a real thing.
I mean, I'll say something controversial. I'll say something controversial, which people may not like, and this might sound elitist, and maybe everybody's going to hate me, and that's fine. I do think that, and Randy, I apologize, but I do think that there's, and once again, you can learn this without college, so you don't need college, and some people are able to achieve it. But I do think there is a certain amount of, I don't know what you want to call it, when you go to college, the classes are tough. No matter what your majors are, they're gonna push you intellectually or whatever you want to say it. And that causes you, I think, to have a certain amount of mental rigor in order how you approach intellectual discussion and logical thought.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I find, so it's like, here's a bad example, because I know you're in the military. It's like, you can read about the military, you can talk about the military, but until you join the military, I haven't done it, so I don't know. But I bet you it's a different game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it allows you to think a lot differently, probably, than someone like me who has never been in the military, even though I might have read a book or watched the movie, right? And I would bet your ability to kind of just your whole knowledge of the game, I bet you, is different because of your experiences in there. And so I think that similarly in college, your kind of capacity to kind of understand concepts and look for things and kind of put things together, I think is heightened because of that kind of level of rigor that you go through for 4 years. That's my take on it. And maybe that's a bunch of bullshit, but I do believe it's worthwhile.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'll speak from this side on your end as well. There is it's like, hey, you have differences in video games and differences of skill level in video games, and everyone can play Bejeweled Blitz. Everyone can play any of the Facebook games or any of the handheld games. But there's different levels to it. But not everyone can play AAA rated games at the top tier. Not everyone can play Dota at the top tier. There's different skill levels, and unfortunately, some people can. Some people they just can't do it. Even if they have the opportunity, even if they have the money, it's hard. It's a lot of those things. Like I did well, but it was at a community college in that one semester. Had I tried to go to a top one, I wouldn't get into a top tier university. I didn't have the grades, I don't have a background. But even if I did, I've seen people that are much smarter than I am and that are just struggling, and they hate their lives during finals. Like I think there's like a spike in suicide rates like during those times because they have a bunch of different papers, they have stuff they have to study for, and I think at Columbia, I think that has the record for like having the most suicides because it's really intense and really stressful. So you're right, but I've noticed a lot of people that have these college degrees, that have taken just English courses and just know how to speak eloquently and in a way that is just nice sounding, and it's just just a little better. And obviously you don't really get that in the military. you get a couple of other things in the military, but the ability to speak that, yeah. So that's college. I think college is good for that reason, to learn how to argue, to learn how to talk.
I would, everybody asked me about it too, and I would say the most important thing, and I don't know if is not college, no college, military, no military. It's to have some level of self-discipline. Because if you have self-discipline, you'd be surprised what you can achieve. You can do a lot of crap. You know what I mean? When you have no self-discipline and you can't buckle down and get shit done, I mean, you're really not going to go in many places. And that's really it, I think.
You don't need a college education to be successful. If you can read people and you can spot imperfections in society and in the market, you can make money, right? If you can read people and you can spot anything that everybody else sees one way, but you see differently, and you're really good at it. You ask a lot of questions. You're deeply insightful, because you can start a business and you can get the right people to work for it. No matter who you are, even if you're CEO of the company, you're not the guy who knows how to do the coding. Even if you're a software company, maybe you do. But if you know the software, you don't know the legal side of it. So any which way, when you reach a certain level, you're going to surround yourself with people who are educated and talented, and they know their profession. You don't know their profession, and they don't know yours, but you work together to get it done. So essentially, you don't need it for that reason. However, when you're starting off your career, you need that, degrees help you with certain types of roles, especially technical in nature. But yeah, but that's, I don't know how we got on this topic, but it's definitely, I think the costs have gone up. I don't know, Bruno, if you have an Ecomi SR logo, you basically can get this hat with, your number on it. I got, finally I gave into some vanity and I got Mr. MC1.8.
So Bruno, if you are not 100% sure what we're talking about, it is the Ecomi secret logo right there.
Yeah.
They are right now at a floor, I think a little over 1,000. It is not loading for me right now, but when it does, I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, but anyway, we can, hit one of us offline. But Jaco, Jaco is an amazing guy. I've had the opportunity to chat with Jaco, and he's a Bitcoin guy, and B, he's just got that ability to kind of build businesses, and super successful as well. So shout out to Jaco, man. He's one of the whales on VEVE. Very bright guy, very sharp guy. A lot of love and respect for Jaco.
I think, and to bring it back to VEVE and kind of the community, which obviously all of, everybody is what makes up the community. We've talked about this before. The people that hate VEVE, the people that love VEVE, the Moon Boys, all of that encompasses and creates the community that we have. And, but I do believe that, love or hate it, I think all those people have been able to see something with VEVE. And I think they understand that it can be, even though they may be frustrated as hell with it, it can be and has the potential to be something huge. And even if they're hating it now or whatever they feel like I said, that vision is kind of what we are all sharing. Now, it's a lot of fun because, if you like collectibles, if you like, meeting people, if you like all the things that create the community, great art, other things. But I think that in itself puts almost every person that's watching this and all the other people that we interact with, in my mind, kind of ahead of the curve, because they can quote unquote kind of see the future. I think. I mean, it's just so obvious. It's amazing to me, the people that, I have friends of mine that, they still tell me, you still own any of that Bitcoin? I'm like, well, I've sold it all before, but I have some now, obviously. And they're always like, oh, I'd sell it right now. It just went up, didn't it? Yep, it went up. Oh, I'd sell that to me. There's no vision there.
Agreed. We've been going on for about 4.5 hours. There's almost 2,200 people here. It's been a nice it's been a nice couple hours here. Anything y'all want to go over before we bounce? Because my battery on my tablet is getting low.
I'll just share a couple of things, Randy, for the folks here. First of all, if you're in VEVE and Ecomi, it's an amazing community. VEVE is obviously one of the top NFT platforms where you can buy stuff on Marvel and DC, and you can also buy artwork and one-on-one artwork and stuff. OMI has been a utility token that sort of sat around on the side without that much utility for a long time. Today's a very big day. In the announcement that they are beta testing OMI to NFT and a number of other features. So it's very, it's just as someone that's been around the ecosystem for about 2.5 years now, a little over 2.5 years, it's just very, very exciting. I mean, this is like a huge day. It's a very, very massive day. Gets me very excited about it. Separately, this community is very amazing. There are two groups that I run. One's the gold and silver logo group, the version 1 of the VEVE Gold and Silver logo group, and the other one is the Ecomi Secret Rare logo group. Both groups are north of 200 people each, and I met somebody today whose sole focus in life is community building, and they've written books about community building. And they, I shared a little bit about what I had done so far, and I said, what are some things I need to focus on to drive a greater outcome, a greater engagement? And there were some amazing thoughts. So I'm going to host 2 spaces sometime in August to go for each group to kind of think through how as a community we can take this to the next level. I mean, outside of the parties and the merch and all that stuff, how do we achieve that higher purpose as a group? And it can't be my thinking, and I don't want it to be my thinking or somebody else's thinking. It has to be as a group. How do we take it? So those are going to be very interesting. If you're in San Diego and have a VEVE Gold and Silver logo, and you're not in the San Diego Gold and Silver logo group, please hit me up. Because that's the only place where you will find out what the location is. I've kept the location a strict secret. Outside of David Yu and a couple of other people, nobody knows that for security reasons. I've kept it very, very tight. So you need to be in the VEVE Gold and Silver logo holder group for San Diego Comic-Con. So that's the group you need to be in. That's the only place where you'll find out about it. And hit me up offline if you haven't. And then separately, there will be a VEVE Gold and Silver logo party, the private party, the MC1 party, in New York Comic-Con. That's going to be even bigger. So it's going to be a very big event. And that one, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be very, very tight because of the demand for that event. It's a very high demand, very, very high demand for that event. So it's going to have to be only logo holders and families. So, if you think you're going to squeeze in there, probably not. So I'm just letting you guys know right now.
Yep. Be advised, Bruno, it is the secret rare there. So once we see that and once we have proof that you have it, you will totally get into the group as soon as you get one and you message Mr. MC1, and then we'll get in.
And Bruno, my DMs are locked because somebody's been trying to hack me for a couple of days now.
Okay. Bruno, you can give me a DM.
Just shoot me just send me what your email handle is, or react to one of my posts or something like that, and then I'll follow you back, and then we can get you in, Bruno. Or I'll ask one of these guys, and I'll follow you. So.
Yeah.
Randy, can you get me as?
I'm gonna have to get to that New York one now. Even if I'm in Frankfurt, I might have to fly back. Although it would be painful to fly back for that and then fly back to Frankfurt, I have to admit.
Yeah, the New York one, there's a lot of people, man. It's just
I know. I'm going to have to make it to New York.
So many international people. And
there's
so
a couple surprise guests for New York too. I won't say which ones, but it'll be nice. So Bruno, that's why obviously you get to meet everyone here, if Sleeping comes. But then there's a couple of people like again on this Thursday you have Pro the Doge. Andre Jick will go at some point. He'll also be at the Bitcoin conference. So there's and then there's some other stars as well. There's some other peeps that you're probably gonna want to go. So yeah, give me a Bruno, shoot me a DM, shoot Mr. MC1.
Are you gonna bring in Donald Trump, aren't you?
So I have this idea, like I would, just because of the accent or the lack of accent that I would have, I would just be like. So, like, if you need me to Spanish it, yeah, Spanish it for you, senor. I'll be like, oh, Donald Trump, me gusta. But if I really need to, I'd be like, okay, here's someone that is an immigrant that was not born in this country, but loves this country, served in the world's greatest air force. Well, this is my pitch to Donald Trump. And I would be like, okay. Let me go in and talk for you. Like, let me go in and again, if you want me to play up the brown card, I'll totally do it. Like, I fold tacos. I fit a bunch of us in a van. Like, I'll do that for him if he wants. But I think the best thing would be like, hey, here's somebody that got the American dream. He won the lottery, got adopted, again, served honorably, and then was able to go and build a couple businesses. Is now
I'll give you a clue how to get Donald Trump to that party.
Ooh.
As a person who's not a Donald Trump follower.
How do we do it?
It's called, 9 digits, probably north of 9 digits. You need to give to his pack or whatever, and you'll be in.
I would say maybe 7. 7 might, because like, again, just the more proof that he would go and be like, oh, look at this guy. He's a great guy, Randy Chavez. He's not just Spanish. He's not just Peruvian. He's the best Peruvian. I love Peruvians. And then I'd be like, yes. And then we would go in, and that would be so great for you. 2,200 people here.
So, Randy, if
anyways.
you want to meet the Donald, I can arrange for that. But
wait, really?
no.
Okay. All right. Maybe.
That can be arranged.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming. I have to talk to Mr. MC1 off camera. Goodbye, guys. I love you all. Meow, 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 meow.
Bye, guys.
Oh, that was nice.